Alrighty. So, I'll switch the music over in a second. In the last chapter of the Arcane Archives, the group found themselves leaving camp. And unfortunately, quick thereafter, they noticed, and I gotta highlight this, that their horse was falling ill.
I forgot about that.
That is the highlight, and that's all the no-named horse gets. Quickly after knowing that it will not survive the perilous journeys ahead, June mercifully put it out of its misery with Ice Brain. And then Alar and Cthulhu proceeded to mess up the forward half and then eating the back half. As you guys proceeded farther, you knew by the temperature as well as Alar's indication that a time of year is coming that is quite dangerous for travelers, being Fell Night. That being the 3 coldest days of the year, where for some reason the temperatures get so cold that anyone found outside during them will most certainly perish. Knowing that there is a small town named Yaras ahead, I believe June said that they could make it there if they made haste, which you all did. Coming to a small haberdashery with 2 figures inside, a half-elven woman named Yasorna, who is the owner of the establishment, and a short red-haired human named Carlisle, who is reading by the hearth. As you all gathered your belongings inside, moved beds together like a slumber party, and got warm again, one by one you were visited by one colorful creature after the next. In no exact order, you met Yazrith, a male drow, Carlisle, as stated before, Kildrith, a female blue dragonborn, Belki, a female tiefling, brown tiefling, Lazarna, a female halfling, Tempest, an Air Genasi. One by one, after all of you said your how do you do's, and everyone bunked down for the night, or bunked down for the day, the door was permanently locked, so nobody else could come in, as the wind had blown the door open because of the raging blizzard outside. In the night, the adventurers noticed a couple things as my face gets blown out. Noticed a couple things. After dinner, and mainly Zio being turned away from Belki because of how snobby she was, you all proceeded to get ready for the night, as everyone noticed a couple things about the night. Ecclesias noted that Carlisle was talking to Yasorna and taking everyone's tankards. From the drinks that Lazarna had given everybody, which is what Alar noticed. June overheard a conversation between Carlisle and Belki, Carlisle saying that if they are not careful, then bad things could possibly happen. Cthulhu hearing a conversation seeing a conversation between Tempest and Yasorna, where Yasorna seemed very disagreeable to the conversation. And Zio, through Duo's eyes, Yazrith is muttering something under his breath and eyeing down Kildrith. And Kildrith looking back with an electrifying intensity. As you all bunked for the night, except for Alar, who decided to stay awake and keep the fire going, suddenly the fire was blown out. Alar, not having dark vision, was blinded in this moment, as he heard some shuffling, a thud, and as he got the fire going again, turned and saw Yasorna lying on the other side of the table, dead, with a cup next to her and blood pooling out from underneath her. As Alar is left alone with the quiet crackling of the fire behind him, what would you like to do as we begin? Nope, that's not the song. Nope, that's not it.
Well,
we fight the dead body.
Here we go, guys. Red's not working.
Nope. There we go. 3 times the charm.
Right on. So, first thing I would do would be to
This is the
look
new
over
song.
and cuss.
So as you
Not
look over,
really.
shit.
I know what this means. Then what I would do is I would cast Detect Magic.
Okay. Is that a radius, correct?
Yeah, 30-foot radius.
Alrighty. Now let me check something. Detect magic.
This music's so suspenseful.
I know, I love it.
Other than the party, which I have gone over this plenty of time.
Yeah, I ain't anywhere near the party with this spell.
You do
Like,
note
fucking
that there is nothing magical, or no magical means, on Yasorna, and the group going across, I'm going to classify them as a group. A few of them do have magical items adorned, either on their person or in their bag.
What schools of magic? Because I get to know that. That's like what I get to know.
Yeah. Find out here. I was smart and didn't write this all down so I could read it. You have from the Drow Evocation, from who would be Yezrith, from Lazarna, you have Abjuration. From Belki, you have Illusion. And from Tempest, you have Divination. Actually, sorry, Conjuration.
My pen died there.
Charge it.
Let me just. All right, and then with that, there was a thud of an object before the thud of the body. I would go
There
over
was some
there.
shuffling, and then you heard a cumulative thud. I
Yeah.
love that organ. That organ synth piano thing. I love it.
The organ's
This
lying
right
on
here.
the floor. Yeah. The organ's spilled out from Innkeeper's body. Gotcha. I would look over at Yasorna. In particular, I would see.
Sorry, that was something I had to. That was something I meant to check. It is. Do you wish to have casted Detect Magic stealthily?
Yeah, I would have tried to done it quietly.
Make a stealth
I wouldn't
check,
have-
as it is a verbal and somatic spell.
If we're gonna.
I'm just waiting for how long you're gonna stay with this body alone at night before somebody else wakes
3
up. Before
hours
you wake somebody up.
pass. 2 limbs
Yeah.
gone.
I would say
Let's do an
for the
experiment,
detect
guys.
magic color. The weave is all around me, and I can feel the weave. And I imagine that I whisper that. The actual
The weave is all
stealth
around me.
check is the actual stealth check is 14.
Okay.
What I would do is I wouldn't actually go near to the body. Well, yeah, I would stay where I'm sitting.
Are you sitting?
Does it look like there's any blood around
Yes,
the
there.
body?
You can tell from the fire. You see a black ichor oozing
Okay.
out from underneath.
All right. And then does there look like there are any items around the body?
There is a cup.
A cup. Okay. Gotcha. All right. In that case, then, I would, because I really don't know how to wake everyone up without freaking everyone the
So
fuck out.
Awkward.
So I would go over to my group. I would kind of, in particular, I would go over to Ecclesias.
Okay.
Like, I would shake him. Ecclesias.
What is it here?
The innkeeper has been killed. And I don't know how to wake everyone up without freaking everyone the fuck out. Because, you know, the innkeeper's been killed.
I'm gonna do a big yawn and like shake so my tail wakes up too, and
Well, there's one way I can do this.
and I will systematically cast message on each person.
There's been a murder. There's been a murder. There's
Everyone
been
or
a
just your
murder.
party?
I can't. Oh yeah, just to my to the.
Collective?
Yeah, but as I said that, I feel like that's a bad idea.
Okay, so as you individually you cast and you speak to each member of the collective, you all can shimmy away.
Oh, I have been asleep for at least an entire week. What's going on, guys?
We ate our horse.
Origin, are you feeling better now?
My throat was so sore for those days.
You were coughing and you had a very high temperature, some sort of
Good thing you wore
Virus.
your masks.
This, we should really,
I'm trying to keep my voice down.
we should really wake the rest of their patrons. This does not look good as around a dead body.
I agree.
Alright. I guess because I was the one up, I will wake people. I didn't really.
Did you see anything?
The
You were
fire
the
went
only one
out.
awake.
The fire went out. I heard very quick noises of someone being killed, a body thud, and then the fire went back up.
How do you know what a body thud sounds like?
We've killed a few people.
Yeah.
Did it
We
sound
went
like
over this half-orc thing, right? Like, I remember telling you that I've killed a lot of half-orcs.
I want to walk around and wake people up while everybody's still talking. There's
Okay.
a
How
lot
do
of
you do
conversation
so?
still happening.
How do you do so?
I would go to. They're all like in their own beds, right? They're not like scattered around like just on the floor and stuff, or
Yes.
because you said there's only a few beds, or it wasn't enough for everybody. So I didn't know
No, there's
where
quite
people
a few beds, but they are separated to some degree.
Well, I'll go and like a parent raising their child from a slumber that Samantha Nicholas is here. I just want to go up to each person's shoulder and like gently wake them, like
Wake up! There has been an incident. Wake up!
We'll go
I'll
one
just
by
do that to
one.
everybody,
So
just to-
as you go over to Tempest, you see his hair, even
Oh.
though laying on a pillow, just ever so
like a dead Khajiit in Skyrim.
Yeah, just ever so slightly swaying. As you shake him awake,
I'm sorry to wake you.
what is it?
Yasorna has been killed in the night. I need you to help me wake the rest so we can get down to the bottom of this.
And he, weirdly enough, kind of like, and just like a vampire, stands up out of bed.
Undertaker style.
Yep. Well, full stance
Huh?
just as he floats out of bed and lands on the ground. I will wake some. You wake the others.
Be careful with Lazarus. He's a bit testy.
I will wake him then. And he goes over to Lazarus, as you at this point would be near Lazarna.
I'll go to Lazarna, and I'll again gently shake.
Now wake up, little one. There has been a murder in the night.
What? What do you?
Yasorna was murdered in the night. We need to raise everyone from their slumber. Get to the bottom of this.
She like sits up quickly. And what do you? Sure, I'll wake her, I guess. And points to Belky.
Yes, you wake Belky, and I will rouse Carlisle.
As
Kind
she
of
goes
nervous
over-
about Kildriff.
As she goes over to wake Kildriff, and you see an explosion.
Yeah.
As you hear as you look over, you see Yazrith getting up slowly, looking at the body, and then having some sort of conversation with Tempest. It's too quiet to hear. As you go over to Carlisle.
Again, I'll kind of like pat him on the shoulder.
Wake up, sir.
Yes, what is it? And he kind of puts his hand on your shoulder and pulls himself up. Yes, what is it?
Yarsana is murdered.
Where? And he gets out of bed very quickly and then rushes over to the body. And at this point, he is anybody else not awake?
I think it's everybody.
I think it's everybody, yeah. And he kind of lets out a shriek, and he goes over, and he's like standing above her, like wants to kneel down to check her, but doesn't want to touch her. What's happened?
I go over near their body as well.
Stay back! Don't get too close. And he takes a step back himself.
I will explain what happened, but it will not help much.
You saw?
I didn't. I was tending to the fire, and then a intense wind came through, blew it out, and I could not see anything. And then...
Checks notes.
An object hit the floor, and then a body hit the floor, and then I got the fire back alit, and that's it.
Yep.
I saw that she was dead. I immediately...
Do we move her? What do we do?
We figure out who did this.
Well, we can't just let her lie here.
I think the best thing is to leave her where she lies. For now.
I do think we need to maybe inspect her for wounds or something. I don't know of like a liquid that could draw out a pool of blood like that.
Before we move the body, let me get my keen eyes to look around before we lay her on the table.
I'd like
sorry.
to help you with that as well. I'll definitely deliberately look on the ground for any...
Yasorna goes, very well. Belky, can you help me clear the table? Sure. And she walks over, and they end up starting to clear the table. So, Ecclesias, describe what you do.
As Uridin drops to the ground to look around under the table and around, the way that I just so I can picture her, the way her body's lying, I picture her like in one of the benches, like slumped over on the table, like kind of.
No, she's on the ground, laying on the ground, face down.
Oh, okay. Well, I will go over. I want to check like underneath her finger. I don't want to touch anything. I want to like look at her fingernails to see if there's anything like scratch marks or like stuff underneath them. Okay. If her mouth isn't covered by like hair, I want to see if there's any like discoloration. I want to see if like her eyes are open. Again, any discoloration. I also want to try to smell because there's a cup by her, right? I want to smell if the smell coming off of her breath is that of like the drink in the cup. If like the smells match or something smells off.
So before we
so fingernails, discoloration in the cup.
The fingernails, fairly unkept and dirty. You can tell that she's probably works for her life. Her mouth is closed, but her eyes are open. Her mouth is open slightly, but not enough where you'd be able to get a whiff from. Her hair kind of covering part of her face, but as you pick up the cup and you give it a whiff, it does smell like a strong tonic of some kind. You're unable to presume what kind exactly, but it is some sort of liquor or alcohol. And Uridin, what were you doing?
I am deliberately looking for at like a path to and from the body, and specifically entryways and exits that would maybe like an escape route that could lead out quickly.
So she's about 10 feet in front of the only entrance, main entrance that you guys know of. But looking at it, the wood's pretty worn. and you're unable to find any specific sort of tracks with everybody moving around and getting in and out of this place through the night. But you can tell that the 4 different locks that are on the door have not been unlocked. So you know that nobody has used this door since the last person entered the building. As the table is clear now, should we move, huh?
Yes, well, the strong ones should do so.
Okay. And
Oh,
I kind of motion Aylar over, and one grabs the head. And
Carlisle
the
kind of
feet.
goes over to help too, and because he's been there the whole time, he's like, I'll get her legs.
Okay, and then I'll grab her from the shoulders, put her over.
Be careful.
And while I'm
careful.
doing I'm looking for either entry wounds, on her back or around, trying to figure out how and what manner she died.
As before you pick her up and you're kind of oncing over her back, you don't notice any sort of wounds on her back. As you set her on the table, face up or face down?
Face up.
Face up. So as you set her face up, you would notice, Aylar would notice, those of you that are not already looking at something, if you're near the body, would notice that there is some sort of very thinly pointed puncture wound right under what would be her left breast.
So
As that is where the blood is now pooling out of.
the way I would phrase it, is that what I would determine to be the cause of death, that puncture wound? Are there other puncture wounds?
That is the only wound that you see on her.
Okay. Does she appear green in any way?
As you go over her skin, because it's only been about 4 minutes, her skin doesn't have any sort of difference in coloration or anything like that. Body's still warm.
Okay, so I mean, I don't want to I'm not looking to see if rigor mortis has set in, but more if the color of her skin changed before her death. Nothing.
It has not.
So it looks like normal skin.
Yes.
Normal everything.
Do you close her eyes?
Yes.
Are her eyes bloodshot in any way? No. Okay.
Yeah, I close her eyes.
That object that hit the ground, it was a cup.
Yes, here. Yeah. I hand you the cup that I was smelling.
I would,
That's what you were smelling?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I thought you were trying to smell her.
I
Okay,
did,
well,
but I did sniff the cup. It smells like a normal tonic, nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay, that was what...
As you're doing
Right
this, Tempest kind of flies over to the fire, which isn't, roaring, because you just got it up as quick as you could. And he goes, and as he stands by, you kind of see him cup his hand like this and give it a little bit more breath to the fire as the fire gets a little bit hotter. As Yazareth, steering clear of Kildrith, as he walks to the other side of the room, kind of near where you guys were sleeping on that side of the room, not near your stuff, but over on that side to stay away from Kildrith. As he kind of rolls his eyes away from her.
Aylar, sorry.
Kildrith, you're right. Kildrith is still kind of groggy, standing up, just still shawled over, arms crossed, and just kind of observing the situation. As Belkey is standing aside of the table, and Yasorna is kind of looking over. Carlisle is kind of looking over the body, and Yasorna is trying to comfort him.
I have a quick question for you, Nick.
Yeah.
Sorry, if I can just get it in real quick.
Okay,
Did you out loud mention the stab wound or puncture wound?
I did not say it out loud.
That is just
Okay.
what Cthulhu perceived, as well as Carlisle, and didn't mention.
Oh, Cthulhu saw it. Okay, I forgot
would-
who was checking it.
I'm gonna quickly, before I say anything, look for where she was murdered, and look for either where it was entered and then pulled out in a blood pattern towards anywhere.
So as you go, before we get to you next time, I'll get to you right after. As you
That's
look,
fine.
you kind of try to look for a trail of blood. As you look over to your guys, you look around the entire building. To your guys is to the other side, to the center. There was no trail of blood leaving from them. Yes.
First thing is I would grab a blanket and lay it over the body. The second
as
thing,
on the left side of her, it starts to, become a little sticky from the blood.
the second thing is I would go to Cthulhu.
That truth thingy. I think we're gonna need that. And I think all of us need to show our willingness to cooperate, including the collective. So we should also ask ourselves the same questions that we asked the others.
I agree. There's no pool of blood. The pool of blood doesn't lead anywhere, so I'm assuming, and this is just me, I think the puncture wound under the left breast was magical in a sense.
How wide was that stab wound?
It was, you can look for yourself, it was very thin. It was a very thin piece of...
Carlisle's speaking. Well, it's. He's right. It is very thin, very fine point.
It'd be like using an ice pick.
Ah.
You know what an ice pick is, yes?
I feel that is when it becomes cold and it drips down into a point of frozen water.
That is an icicle.
Oh, see. The
Ice pick you use to break apart ice.
Oh, okay. Well,
So
that
it is
will.
a narrow piece of metal.
Well,
Out loud to everybody.
well, I suppose in the interest of being transparent, we should all lay out our arms across the floor and turn out our pockets. At least of weapons.
Yazareth speaks. And why should we be turning out our pockets?
So that we can establish trust amongst each other.
And I'll go first. And I have 2 axes now because you guys gave me weapons. And
This is all I have for weapons. And if you want me to empty out the contents of my bag here, I will need a small corner of the room.
And then Alar puts his weapons on the table, which would be like, I don't unsheath the sword, but I set the sword on the table, and then my hand axe, and then my javelin, and then the other 3 javelins.
The Matrix.
Like putting out these weapons on the table. I think I have Eridan's great axe as well for some reason. Hand it to me. I'm just like my
June,
shield.
Zio, what do you do?
Lay down my quarterstaff.
Okay. Zio?
I will pull my scimitar off of, I guess it wouldn't be on me. I will take my scimitar from its resting place along with its sheath, leaving it sheathed and putting it on the table, as well as dumping out all of my other various bits and bobs, including my flintlock pistol, and put it down on the table.
forgot you had that.
Yeah, it's for parties, not for
Boomstick.
killing.
It's for party.
100%
This
sure.
was a dinner party.
Yeah.
As you all bear out your weapons, Cthulhu, I'm assuming you do the same.
Yeah.
So as you all bear out your weapons, Yazareth speaks, and he doesn't have any sort of cloak on, like leather armor, and you can see like in the breast area he has like 2 daggers that are going. So if he like did this, he could throw them, and he is like, I have these 2 here, which will remain sheathed, and my rapier across the way, which will remain there. And Tempest speaks, I carry no weapons. Belky says, she puts her leg up on a stool and she goes to lift her dress, and you see in the garter would be a small triangular shaped dagger. She takes it out and puts it on the desk.
Like
Lazarna,
a fat triangle, or like
like
a very thin. Okay.
Lazarna says, I'm just traveling, I don't have any weapons. Carlisle, he goes over and he walks over and grabs a cane that has a white knob at the top of it, and he latches it and pulls a dagger out that's long and thin, and he sets it on the table next to the actual cane part. Sets that on the table. Who am I forgetting? I keep seeing Aclinius because I wrote that down. I keep thinking he's one of the people.
Clanius the Borea.
Yeah.
I know, me too. I always
And-
put that in the Discord.
Kildrith walks over and takes out 2 hand axes and then sets them on the table and mentions that she has javelins in the corner by her bed that she will not be moving. And I believe that's everyone. Did I forget anyone? I think that's everyone. Yes.
I would. Did he take the cane sword out of the cane or no?
He showed it was one.
Yeah,
of them.
then
Okay,
put them next to each other.
How thin was it?
Fairly thin, probably about yay wide at the tip.
And I mean, did it? Was it the same size as that hole in the chest or no?
Looks like it could be a similar size.
Similar size. And but it didn't look bloody. I'm guessing.
It does not have blood on
All right.
Oh, sorry.
Have any of the weapons, and I would probably unsheath the weapons on the table to check and see
it, no.
if
If you're
they
gonna
have-
do that, who would do that? Carlisle will be like, well, if you'll check over ours, then I'll check over all of yours. And Lizarna says, I'll help you. Thank you.
What? Who was the person who had the daggers and the rapier?
Yazrith. Male
What
drow.
is
That was Lazarus.
his?
Yazareth. Okay.
Yazrith, yep.
What is his perspective to me? Are we all kind of like in a circle? Like, could I?
Yeah, you guys are
could
all
I-
kind of just
Yes.
around. He's leaning up against one of the support posts. His hands
Okay.
are just to describe. His hands are like this, so they are technically over the daggers, but it's not like he's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But his arms are crossed.
Well, okay, so I'm going to sneakily as possible try to locate his rapier.
You can see it from where you're standing, but if you would like to, I will say there, you fail if you want to sneak over without him noticing you walk over to his
Okay.
stuff.
All right,
So you
never
can
mind.
walk
I
over to
will.
his stuff and inspect it, but he will see you. I'm also going to
Can
assume
I-
that somebody went around and lit sconces and stuff, so the room is fully lit.
Okay. Then at that point, then I want to approach Tempest.
Okay.
Let's
As Tempest is still kind of stoking the fire.
Oh. So you could maybe just like whoosh that out in one blast if you needed to.
Straight to the point.
So you could probably kill him, yeah?
Well,
You could probably
to my
make a
knowledge-
disguise and kill people, yeah? Why are we going
to my,
to?
to my knowledge, Alar only explained it to one person. Did that get explained to everybody?
No, the person he explained it to is the only person that said it.
So that's That's why.
If you guys don't want to have
I-
to specifically tell everybody in the future for the rest of the session, you just say I explain it to everyone. Since he has not done
Yeah.
that yet, it has not happened. Similarly, you're fine. If you want to do that, you know, in a moment or so, that's fine. But going for this conversation, it has not happened. But I'm not going to make you guys. I tell this person. I tell this person. And he goes as he kind of stokes the fire and he goes, "Yes, I may oppose that ability."
That's pretty unique. So you know, when
It is
you try
part
to
of
win
my
it-
people. I am sorry it may offend.
Oh no, not offended. I'm mostly jealous. You could clear a campsite real quick and move on.
I am very useful on a ship.
Oh wow, yeah, I believe it. Make it go top speed.
Alar, momentarily distracted, is like,
Airship?
That's a double pun.
I know. Can we kick him?
I didn't mean for that to be a double pun. I was just like, when?
You're proud of
Are
it.
we doing this
Don't
Among
deny
Us
it.
style? Can we just like vote him off?
Sus.
Can I
It's
address
Spell
you really
Knight.
quick?
Really quick before anyone says anything, I am going to put a prediction in. No collective.
Die.
He puts only two.
We died
suspects
trying to
on the
figure out
poll.
the murderer.
Alright, well, we got two options.
It's the ultimate way to not
Oops.
figure out a crime is to die in the process.
The ultimate fail.
Trying to find out who the murderer was. Turns out I died.
The gonk
Was it 6 cents? Was it 6 cents where he was dead the entire time?
Spoilers, dude. Jesus.
Jeez.
That movie
It's
is
a-
I was
like-
gonna drop
like
another spoiler, but it's
15,
much more.
20 years old
Dude,
now.
it's literally older than me. I'm fairly certain that.
Yeah,
movie,
I'm
so
like-
Came out
I
in
feel like
1996.
it's not older than me. Okay.
But still old.
Why do you know the date that movie came off of the top
Because
of
it
your
changed my life, birthday boy. It
Alright,
changed me.
this will be up for 2 minutes. Will the collective solve the murder? Yes, they Herlock Sholmes, or no, they just Watson.
Hey, don't just Watson. I love
No.
Watson.
Watson can break all of your
I
bones
will give the
whilst
party
naming
members
them.
before we
I
continue. If
know.
you'd like to vote, go ahead, vote.
Oh.
Before we continue.
Vote in
It's 2
chat,
minutes long,
man,
but
for
I will give you the opportunity to do so now.
the-
Well, everyone's
while,
distracted. I
How
will-
much of an epic cliffhanger it would have been if we don't solve it?
It's true. So, Urdin, is there anything else you'd like to say?
I'll just, well, thank you for tending this fire, just providing good light. And
As before you walk away, he goes, "Your friend who described it. He was the only one awake. No."
yeah, to my knowledge, yes.
And he goes back to what he's doing. Like the cutscene ends, and it's time for you to leave. Huh.
Meanwhile, it's Alar staring at the body.
Can I like LA Noir like sit there and watch his weird facial expressions?
Sure. He actually seems very blank face, but as if he believes superiority.
And then I'll leave.
All right. June, what are you doing?
I was just gonna walk up to you.
Well, then if
You
you're gonna
will
do
not
that,
do-
we'll go. Zio, what are you doing?
So I just wanted to be sitting around looking at everybody, not my party members because I don't suspect them at all, but just trying to see how everybody is like reacting to this, just kind of watching their facial expressions.
Okay. You see Yazareth, just kind of a blanket statement. Yazareth, Belky, and Tempest all have a, I guess, indifference or irritated demeanor. Kildrith is still very gruff. Carlisle is fairly distraught, very interested in what is happening, and Lizarna is taking, very compassionate towards Carlisle a little bit. I don't believe there's anyone else. Yeah, I believe that's everyone.
And just point of clarification, I think I missed it. Who was Uridan talking to?
Tempest.
It's Tempest. Got it. Yeah, I just wanted to be looking around, observing, kind of keeping my mouth shut at the moment.
Very well. Ecclesius, as you walk up to June.
I'll keep my voice down so as to kind of adjust Chun singularly.
You've been awfully quiet. Are you okay? Do you see something that we don't?
I'm fine. I'm just thinking. I know that I overheard an interesting conversation between a couple of the people in the room.
Do you want to share?
notice- well, not necessarily with everybody just yet, but did you notice anything odd?
I'll look around to see. Is there anybody looking at June and I having a sidebar? Anybody that looks particularly eye-locked at all?
As you look around, Yazareth takes note that you guys are talking to each other. Hushed.
Well, I did notice that Carlisle, he was the one that tended to the drinks, but as I sniffed, as I sniffed the cup, it smelled like a normal tonic, so I don't suspect him at the moment.
I wouldn't count him out just yet. I overheard him talking with Belky about somebody potentially getting themselves into trouble and bad things will happen. I also believe that weapon there, and I'll point to like the small little dagger, that was Carlisle's, right? that he put on the table?
Carlisle had the cane. The small little triangle dagger was Belky's.
Okay.
She took from her garter.
Okay. And then I'll point out that that weapon there is the only one on the table that seems small enough to make a wound like that, and that came off of Belky's thigh.
Well, it appears that the blade from Carlisle's cane is closer to the size of their wound than their wide triangle of Belky's knife. Are you sure?
I'm confused now.
Carlisle had.
Carlisle
The one that
blade.
Nick was inspecting that said was
so,
the same size.
Carlisle
That was the cane sword.
had this.
The cane sword. That's the one I'm returning to. Yeah.
Thinner than this, though. This is...
Okay.
Yeah, a
So
little thinner than
Carlisle's was the one that was potentially the same size,
Yes.
not Belky's. Okay.
Yes.
Then
And-
yeah, that's what I was
And-
originally gonna say.
And you would also know just the conversation if you've taken note. Ecclesias, you would know because you specifically, I believe I told you about the ornateness of Yazareth's rapier. That
Yes.
would also be similar to size of the wound.
So I would have said that Carlisle's cane knife could potentially be the weapon that caused the wound. All I'm saying is that don't count him out.
I did not see any blood on the blade, but maybe you can go closer and get a finer look. Discreetly. We don't want to put anyone on the edge.
I can try, but I'm assuming that the person who did this probably would have wiped off their blade by now.
I'll cast message on June at this point, so only she hears me.
I suspect Carlisle as well. However, we need to find if there are bloodstains on anyone else besides Yasorna.
Like I said, I'm a little suspicious of everyone at the moment, but the only thing I overheard was that conversation between Belky and Carlisle. And if I have anything to go off of, it's going to be one of them too. So my plan for now is that I will go up to the body, take a look at the wound, take a look at the weapon, see if I can find anything, and then maybe I can get one or both of them alone to discuss what I overheard. The other one that kind of worries me is Yazareth. He's not willing to put his blades on the table, and if you're right, that maybe there wasn't enough time for somebody to clean their weapon, then maybe that would be a reason for him to not want to put them down.
Out loud, since message wore off.
To be honest, I did not know you can fit so much into the message, but
Oh, was that
I-
message?
Yeah.
I would have not done message and just spoke with you telepathically,
Okay.
because it's better.
well, let us keep a keen eye out. But I think we should encourage.
And I'm speaking plainly now, not like hush hush, not telepathically. And as I'm addressing June, I'll kind of turn to the rest of the group.
Maybe we should encourage our friend and comrade here to perform a magical spell that will allow us to speak plainly, if we are consenting, of course.
As
then
he
I'll
says,
yeah, to Cthulhu.
as he says that, I'll walk over to the body.
Carlisle goes, what do you mean?
I can make people tell the truth. They actually what's truly happened or other things. As long as they don't fight, if they fight the spell, I can tell.
This goes for all of us, not just you. We will also be under this spell. I will not resist it to show good faith.
Very well. I'm okay with this. And Yasorna says, yes, me too. By the way, just so you know, if you cast this spell, I am going to start a timer and 10 minutes strict. So...
Who murdered who?
Belky goes, I'm not too keen on someone messing with my mind. As Yazareth kind of rolls his eyes. and doesn't say anything, and Tempest looks back and shakes his head and looks back to the fire. As, I did this myself, Kildrith goes, I do not want people to know my thoughts.
Well then,
It would
how
only
do you
be.
all propose that we figure out who killed the innkeeper?
Well, you were the only one awake. I say it's reasonable to assume you did it.
He
I
does
also
not-
woke everyone up instead of going back to my bed.
Likely story.
Exactly.
He
It's
doesn't
self-reporting.
He doesn't possess a
Self-reported.
weapon that could do that small of a puncture.
Do I look like a quiet fellow?
I was about to say, he's fat as shit.
You look like a
And if
violent
I-
fellow.
Don't call me fat, but yes, I am.
Well, Ayla can be violent.
Don't you say it, but yes, I am.
He is only violent when provoked, and in fact, with the exception of myself, if I may boast, the rest of my friends here are the most hostile out of our group. Alar has always sought our peace and violence last. I can't imagine him killing someone in the night, let alone someone who sheltered us from their first night of Fell Night.
And let alone go ahead and wake everybody up to bring attention to what happened.
Carlisle speaks up. Well, so we don't discount anything out. Unfortunately, none of us were awake, so we really cannot defend him. Even any of you. It is odd that he was the only one awake when she was dead. Or murdered. So that does put you in some sort of wrong. But there are things to defend you.
With the same logic as that, Carlisle, we noticed that your braid is the same size as the puncture wound. Yet I am not pouncing at you to be the assailant. So I think that we should gather the facts, talk openly, and we will find this killer because we have a long 3 days and nights ahead of us.
I agree.
Two. Is one's
Two.
down.
I agree, and I was not projecting that. I think it was your friend, Ayla. Sorry, Ayla, if I'm correct. I was
Yes.
just saying that we cannot rule anyone out at this point, and I didn't want you to be so defensive of your friend, who woke you to the murder.
Already. So, who said they won't consent to my magic?
Yazareth, with his hands crossed, kind of gives a finger up. Belky notes that she did. Kildrith specifically said "fuck you." Like she's like, I don't want you to. So she's obvious. And then Tempest did not seem too keen on it either, but he did not say anything.
Well, if I may, Kildrith, I wouldn't be knowing your thoughts. I'd be asking questions to everyone, not just you folk that I've just met. And it wouldn't be just blubbing out everything everything you're thinking.
And you can ask
Also-
us questions as well.
Exactly.
Truthfully.
And you can also refrain from even answering in the first place, thus abstaining from truth or lie.
Let's not give the killer any ideas, but yes, that is something you can do.
I need
I-
us to all be honest and trustworthy of each other. Sorry, Jurun.
I'm gonna slowly walk up to Yazareth. I'm trying to be intimidating at this point, and I get very close to him and I say, you're not willing to show your weapons, and now you're not willing to make sure everyone knows you're telling the truth. A little suspicious, wouldn't you say?
Yes, I am a suspicious person, but I know more than probably most of you care to know about the world, and I do not wish to reveal anything.
You don't know any of us. So how do you know more than any of us?
I can just
And if you
assume,
don't wish,
based
then
on
you
where
make
you
an
come
ass. You don't even know where I'm from.
He looks down at his hand and he looks up at you. There's a generalization enough.
Well,
You know I
Yes.
could take it from you.
You can try. And at this point, Lazarna speaks up. Can we please not resort to fighting? Fighting amongst each other will not get us anywhere, but maybe more bloodshed and another person gone.
I agree.
Well, yeah.
June, I have a question. What type of magic is evocation? Could you describe it to me?
Evocation magic is typically destructive.
How does it manifest? What type of,
It depends on the spell. For example, firebolt.
Could it manifest itself in wind?
Tempest speaks up. Yes, it could.
I do not mean to imply you. I can sense magic. It is a spell I've learned, and I happen to know that we have certain kinds of magical items, all of us. Some people have evocation items. I myself, admittedly, my weapon is of the necrotic type. There is also illusion, conjuration, and abjuration. Big words that I don't kind of know what they mean.
Just for everybody, so everybody's on the same boat. We'll say just phonetically, either June or Ecclesias explains them to everybody.
Okay.
But the ones that you got, illusion, that's self-explanatory. You see things. Evocation is destruction. Conjuration makes things appear. And I said divination, right? Yes, divination.
Oh, yep.
Divination,
I thought
you know things.
Right. And then abjuration.
Is protecting stuff. I
Someone
said
did have
abjuration,
right?
evocation,
Yeah, okay.
conjuration, divination, and illusion. So
Oh,
abjuration protects, evocation destroys, conjuration appears, divination is knowing, and illusion is visual. Make stuff look like other stuff.
While they're
I
talking, can I go
quickly
walk over to
close my
Zio
eye.
real quick?
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm not gonna start a conversation. I just want to go walk over to him and just sit while Cthulhu does his thing.
I quickly close my eyes and I mutter,
May Fultus let me see clearly.
and I open my eyes with like this yellowy hue and detect good and evil, and I'm trying to like look at everyone and see where they lie.
Ooh.
I can't wait till I'm at the Matt Mercer point where
The
you just
girl.
name a spell and I'm like, I know it word for word.
Well, you
Wait,
took
for
away
real?
my divine scent, which did that, or my not divine scent, but whatever it was called. No, it was divine scent, detecting good and evil.
Technically, Tempest would ping to you as elemental. There's a reason that Kildrith would also, I'd assume, being a specific type of dragonborn.
You get to know like those types of things.
You know if there's any of them around, but I'm saying them because it's fair that you would know that just based on how they are.
I thought it was just alignment.
For the duration, you know if
It
there's
actually-
any abjuration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of you, as well as there are creatures located, as well as where the creature's located. So they ping. You get the sense because you can look at them elemental to some degree. Similarly, you know if the place or object within 30 feet of you has been magically consecrated or desecrated. The spell can penetrate through barriers. The last part, nothing has, but that is what comes from you detect good and evil.
So I look at the body. Did that have any? Was it desecrated? Was it anything by magic?
Why did I close it? Consecrated means created, right?
Desecrated. Destroyed. And consecrated is
Or declared
created.
sacred.
I think it's
but
more of a religious terminology. It doesn't mean created or destroyed necessarily.
It's protected under like a holy relic or
Like
something like
blessed.
desecrated,
Ah.
treat, in parentheses, a scarred place or thing with violent disrespect. Yeah, she's been desecrated, because she's been killed.
I was gonna say. I thought.
Well,
Oh wait, you
It
know
magically-
that has been
magically,
magically
yeah.
desecrated.
yeah.
So my thought is, if magic was used to kill her
Was it?
directly, not indirectly, so blowing out the fire, I wouldn't consider that. Then I feel like that would ping, but
All right, so it's a
I have to
complicated
tell
answer.
you.
As
Okay.
you're focusing around the room, you go to focus on Yasorna, and for a second you feel that she has been desecrated magically, but then it fades.
Would I know exactly why this would happen?
You're unsure. You haven't had this happen before. It's either been all or none. God, I love that. Here we are to think.
I know, right? Okay, I'm gonna walk over to Tempest and I'll let I think Zio and Khaleesi's were gonna talk.
So as you walk over to Zio, or as you walk over to Tempest, Zio?
Yeah, I'm just kind of observing still. But I will lean over to Ecclesius. I'll say, from what Alar described, I'm keeping my voice kind of hushed. Does it sound like when we saw Tempest enter the building? The gust of wind, at least, that blew out the fire.
You're kind of leaning in and talking out of the side of my mouth.
Yes, that was the first thing I thought too, the way that that fire was described being blown out.
Not saying that somebody else couldn't possess an ability to do so, just
Or that only one person was responsible.
do we know that even?
It is hard to tell at this moment. Does your
And I'll like scratch Jubo's chinny chin if he's around, or motion to him if he's wandering.
He's sitting in my
there's-
lap.
Oh, then I'll do the. And
there's this very little friend Yeshu. Does he have any way of? What can he do? Can he relay information to you as he wanders around? Can you do that?
Does he know any tricks?
Yeah, he could do that. He does have better eyes and ears than I do, and I can make use of those senses as my own. But beyond that, nothing too helpful. I could have him run around though. If maybe he could pick something up.
You know him better than I do. I just want to get to the bottom of this. I don't fancy sleeping another night knowing there's a murderer amongst us.
That is true. Though I feel we have ways to protect ourselves even if we need to sleep. With the new spell that I tried, it should let me know if anybody comes into the vicinity in which we are sleeping. That can
That-
protect us, and only us, though.
That will come in handy for sure. I almost think that we should encourage Cthulhu to use his honesty spell against our wills. For the people that are innocent, they will want this too, and the people that are not, they will be the only ones resisting it. because I have no problem being underneath that spell.
I could understand why some wouldn't want to be under the influence of that spell. Say that we ask too much about a task that they're doing secretly for one reason or the other. You gotta keep in mind that we are on the footsteps of a war, or the doorstep of a war.
This is true. Well, I suppose. Let's try something. You have the piercing, yes? Rosetta, Elar, and Ururin.
I'll stick my tongue out. No.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Not me.
I suppose. Let us come up with a signal that I'm going to go and pour water for everyone to drink as a sign of good faith. If you happen to notice anything, why don't you have Duo come rub against my leg and I can communicate with you via telepathy. Perhaps this can help.
Okay. Maybe you should take somebody not from our party with you to grab the water as again another sign of good faith, and that way everybody will know that you didn't poison all of the water.
Yes, I'm the masked murderer, the one that always wants to go against their fighting, but that's a good idea.
And
They don't know that though.
That is true.
And then I'll give a good like firm like pat like the oop I'm on his mic. I'll just kind of hit a Zio, and then I'll just say to all of the strangers there,
Can I get a hand fetching some of these cups?
and I'll pull out my water decanter.
I feel like we need to have a sobering drink. And think this over.
And I'll address whomever's closest, I guess. But anybody, you know what? I'll specify. I'll ask Lazorn, because she seems the most jubilant. Lazarna, yeah.
Lazarna, would you mind helping me grab some cups while I fetch us some water?
Yeah, I can do that. I think the only ones we have left are the ones we drank out of my sight.
Oh.
Well then, well, whatever else is gonna go on while I do this, I'll ask her to like help me wash them or something like that, just so I can like cordially give everybody some water to sip on. Just a show of good faith.
Okay.
But
so you're getting the cups then, or?
Yeah, I'll have her help me get the cups, and I'll kind of like, I have my water decanter, I'll like swish them out and try to like clean them the best I can, and then fill them up with water.
Yeah, she kind of tries to dry them or something.
Yeah. And then I'll just place them at the end of the table that isn't by the dead body or the weapons, like maybe like an end table or something like that.
And be like, if anybody is thirsty, Lazarna and I have procured some water, so please help yourself. It is not poisoned.
And I'll kind of give like a bad, corny joke, like,
I didn't poison it. It's water.
Yazorith walks over and he grabs a cup and turns his back to you and walks over. And he pulls up a stool next to where he was leaning and sits down. And everybody, with the exception of Tempest and Kildrith, take the drink.
As water is being handed out and all that, I'm going to kind of just do a light shove off of my lap and have him run around and keep his ears open for any conversations that others are making, and I'll have him relay the information to me if he hears anything that he thinks
So
I
you're
wouldn't be
looking
able
through
to.
him then. He can't relay information to you. You have to be looking through his senses.
I'm pretty sure he can relay information to me.
He can speak to you telepathically, I believe. You can tell him things
Yeah.
telepathically, but I don't think he can have a conversation with you. He's a
I can
fake
communicate
being.
with it telepathically. Got it. Yeah. No.
He
In
can't,
that case,
like,
yeah.
Say, yeah, this guy's talking about murder.
I'll just.
Next dead stuff.
I always wondered what Duo sounded like.
I'll close my eyes then,
Say your
and
part.
yeah, I'll look through his eyes and listen through his ears as he runs around.
Okay. As you say this, Belky kind of speaks up, and she says, "Now I know that I have not been the most talkative, as I've been trying to get the lay of my surroundings. But your friend over there, and you, some of you look and you see Zio through Duo's eyes.
Whited out eyes.
I can see that he is doing something. I don't know what, but it is odd, and he has not been a part of this conversation one bit. That is strange.
Is
to me.
Belky?
Yes, it's very strange to me. He's been silent this whole time.
I'll speak up with my eyes still shut.
Because
I'm
it's
here.
weird
I can
because
hear ya.
I was gonna say it's weird because Duo's in earshot, so you can hear it and you can still
Yeah.
talk, but
I can hear
like
and
getting
see.
feedback.
yeah,
that
it's
she's
just
looking
weird because
at me,
normally like
and-
Duo would
yeah.
be fucked off, right? And you wouldn't be able to hear people around you, but
I'll kind of wave my hand with my eyes still shut, and I'll say, I can hear you. I can. I'm here. I'm just tired and obviously didn't get much rest. It's been a long night.
yes, most of us are probably tired. It's just odd. And Tempest looks at Alar or Uridin, who you just had a conversation with, and he goes, "Yes, it is odd." And he looks back. And at this point, he'll stop stoking the fire, and he will kind of stand like at attention, relaxed, but as he's facing all of you.
Go ahead.
I was about to say, did I finally get to him? I kind of walked over towards him.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I forgot about that. That's my bad. We'll go before the conversation was happening then. Yes, as he's
Alrighty.
still stoking the fire. Sorry about that.
It's all good.
Tempest. Is that a God-given name?
1 second.
Is that what Tempest says? 1 second.
Man, this water is good, yeah.
And
Our names are quite literal.
I've known of many gods, or a god named Tempest. So, kind of just ironic.
Yes, I bet there is a bit of irony in that.
What were... I'm gonna kind of go into it. You and Yasorna last night were talking about something. I didn't bring it up to the group, I was curious. Before I cast blame on you. She didn't seem too happy for what you were saying.
And what business is it of yours?
I'm just curious. You were fighting, or she didn't seem happy, and then her body's over. Was she gonna kick you out?
No, I did not see her as that cruel.
Then what were you two discussing?
Simply put, she would not care for me the way I believed I should have been.
What did you want?
I think you're overstepping your bounds.
You can bend air. The fire went out. You were seen having a disagreement with her. My bounds have not been stepped, but I can still see that there is some displeasure in you. I'm not just stepping my bounds.
Yes.
If I wanted you out of here, I could.
As he looks forward. Note that you should not idly threat those you do not know.
Also note that you shouldn't murder the innocent. I'm not saying you did, but there's a lot of people here that think you did.
And that is something you and I both can agree on.
You sit here on a throne. For what reason? You're an elemental.
Superior.
Does it mean you're
arcane.
better? In what way?
Many. Too many to list.
But no god has blessed you. In the same powers that I have, and my arm kind of radiates a little pink and a gold.
That is very adorable, and I am happy that you have found salvation.
And you disagree to not tell the truth. You don't want to. You have a lot of things pointing at you, and I don't want to say it to you, because personally I really don't. You also have poison in your bag.
He seems, he doesn't smile.
Forgot about that.
He looks over at you. So you've been going through my things then?
No, just like you said. Don't underestimate. I have powers to see things.
Well, yes, you are correct. I do have a poison. A quite potent one. Not one I've used. Here, at least.
Still, 5 things pointing towards you. And you still don't want to tell the truth.
I haven't
If you-
lied to
I've-
you once. I have just
I
withheld
recommend
information.
listen.
Don't
I
tell me
recommend
to listen when we're having a conversation.
don't.
We can talk like equals, or you can continue to try to demand the conversation, and I will leave you.
I'm saying, whenever I do cast a spell, don't fight it, because if you do, that would be a 6th arrow. I don't know many people that survive 6 arrow shots.
Well, then I guess you don't know people who are important enough.
King of Slayer is pretty important, but so be it. Walk away.
Taylor survived 6 arrows. Yeah, that's happened. Probably. Yeah, let's say that's happened.
It's funny, I think everybody in this party is just like,
Yeah, I know.
every fight they get in, they're like, how many arrows can I take?
But none to the knee. None to the knee.
And then he would say what he said before, turn around, and now he is facing all of you. So now we're back to the current.
One thing really quickly, I realized I forgot to check the inside of the cane sword, the sheath, to see if there was any blood inside there.
Oh. So as you inspect it, you look. It's too dark to tell as you run your finger on the inside of the rim. Nothing residual. You get kind of an idea to pour a little bit of water in there. As you do, you pour the water out onto the ground, but you do not see any residue other than some blackness that you assume to be from dust.
Okay, and then the second thing I would like to do very quickly is I would turn to the drow whose name I'm
Yazareth.
forgetting. Nazareth. That is
Yazareth. Yazareth.
Yazareth. Okay. Lazarus. Yes.
No.
You're gonna get murdered.
Sorry. I'm actually it is Lazarus, right?
No. Yazreth.
Okay.
Yazareth.
Sorry, and Tavern Talk it's spelled wrong. Yazareth. All right. So I would go over to him. I would talk to him in Elvish. I hope he likes that. And I would say,
Yazareth, I have a question. Are you carrying a magical item?
He
Or
replies.
do you have one?
He replies, Iskabith in Ailuin, in Melonin, is in Banathan. Which means,
thank you.
I need a banana.
I did
go
say
fuck
he had the
yourself.
abjuration,
Piece of
right?
Shit.
He had the evocation is what I have written
Evocation.
down.
All right.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking him specifically.
Yeah. Yes, I do. Have you been peering into my belongings?
No,
Before you continue, that is odd that, again, you're the only one awake, yet you know something that I have hidden on me.
I can cast Detect Magic. And it pinged that you were carrying an item. Can I ask what that item does?
When did you cast this spell?
Just after the incident happened.
Yes. And he walks over to his bag, and he pulls out a ring. And as he puts it on the gem of it, which is kind of a dull black, glows red.
Is that of a certain type?
It is destructive in nature.
Fire, ice.
Fire.
Okay. Thank you.
He speaks to Belky. Odd that he checked our belongings after he was alone with the body. And she goes, yes, that is slightly odd.
I'm gonna walk over to June.
June, you know, Uriden's little trick where you can clean things.
You can.
Can you,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, can you check if the weapons have had that spell casted on them? Yeah, I know that you checked for the arcane of that one tiefling before. I don't know if maybe you could see that what was casted on those weapons, or if there was some arcane nature casted on the weapon.
Yeah, I think that's really like the best that I would be able to do is try to detect any arcane remnants on the weapons.
I just think that's the best choice. The body was. I checked to see if any magical means was killed by, or anything magical killed the innkeeper, and I had a weird sense it was there. It basically said yes, and then quickly faded to no. So I'm thinking either a magical weapon or some form of spell was on it.
Telepathically to Cthulhu. I told Ecclesias earlier, but I overheard Belky and Carlisle having a conversation before all of this happened, stating that the only part I heard was if they're not careful, that bad things are sure to happen. And I'm gonna go talk to Carlisle when I get the opportunity. I'll look at the weapon, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pick up anything more than you did. I was mentioning to Ecclesias earlier too that the only thing I noticed was that Carlisle's weapon seems to be about the same size. But after seeing that Yazareth isn't even willing to pull out his weapons to put them on the table, his could potentially be the same size as well.
That's what I was thinking, and I saw Tempest and Yasorna having a conversation, and Yasorna seemed upset from the outcome, and talked to Tempest about it, and he said that she did not meet the living conditions that he wanted. So I think he has a couple of arrows pointed at him at the moment.
Well, Tempest would have the ability to put out a fire like Alar described happened. Maybe we're not looking at one person. Maybe this was multiple people.
Tempest and...
I think it's too early to point fingers directly. I think that we just...
But I don't think Tempest and Yasorna are... God, now I'm going to mispronounce it like Alar did. Yazareth. I think their egos would bump heads too hard if they did try to team up.
Maybe it was even by accident.
Curious.
Can I walk over to Carlisle?
Yeah, he's sitting relatively close to you and Zia.
Oh, okay. Also, where's Uridin?
I don't know, where is Uridin?
I'm trying to slink in the back and be as unnoticeable as possible, but it's a small room and not working.
Sneaking.
You like Kronk sneaking?
I'm just waiting for an opportunity to do something.
I rolled a nat 20. I can see you.
Okay. So as you're trying your hardest to be a wallflower,
I'd like to walk over. I'd like to, if Carlisle's within conversational distance, I'll just
I'd say
address
you're
him.
all within. I mean, the width of it, I don't remember the exact, but like it's 30-foot radius maybe. So this building's not too big.
Okay, so I'll go over to Carlisle.
Carlisle, you were here before any one of us. You had a long time with Yasorna. How?
Well, just a few hours. I wasn't here too terribly long.
Oh, okay. I'm just curious. Is this a place that you come here frequently? Seemed to be quite comfortable when we arrived. We were by the hearth, reading the book on Ecclenius Naboria. I personally both know very well. So I'm curious, how long have you known Yasorna?
No longer than today, as all of you have met her. But with that time I had alone, I was able to strike up sort of a relationship. I found her very pleasant.
I would agree that Yasorna was very pleasant.
And then I'll kind of get closer.
You seem to be a man who is well traveled. Who do you, to clear your own name, as your weapon does match the size of their wound, who do you suspect? Who strikes you as being dodgy?
Well, you will not like my answer, but unfortunately it'd be your tall friend.
And I know that my word cannot expunge the suspicions he has gathered, but I would bet on my own life that our tall friend is quite pacifistic, which is a word where I am from. A real word.
Yeah, I was gonna say that word did not sound nice. That did not sound like a good word.
Pacifist.
You're from the north.
He frequently practices pacification.
Is that masturbation? Is that what you just? No. Okay.
he kind of motions you to get closer, so you can
And I
whisper
do
in your
that.
ear, and he whispers in your ear. Now, I know that he is your travel companion, and I don't want to try to place doubt in your head, but if you look closer, you can tell that his eyes are worn from at least travel, and his hands are not very clean. I can assure you that he is not as innocent as you may believe. Now, I don't know if it's him for sure, but it is odd, everything that he has said. And Yazrith pointed out that he did inspect what everyone else had when he was alone with a dead body. And he leans back.
He also has a... Never mind. Alar!
And I'll yell that out loud, as I did in real life right now.
What's up? What's up?
Gotta get swifty.
Oh God.
Swifty!
Swifty.
Yes.
You really, I would...
Pants and your panties.
I would... I sincerely request that you explain to everyone why you are so travel fatigued, that you refuse to rest in order to watch over and protect your friends, that you are the pacifist aside from myself, because I have to agree with my friend Kyle here that you, out of all of us, are the most suspicious. And I know in my heart of hearts that you would not have done this to a kind, innocent stranger who gave us shelter from Fell Knight, but you have to understand pragmatically that you are suspect number one.
I only expected myself to be asked questions because, yes, I immediately knew that being the one that was awake, I would be the first to be seen. I stayed awake. One, because the fire needed to be lit, and two, because yesterday, though it is Fell Night, so technically it was not yesterday, but the beginning of the night, there seemed to be a lot of hostility amongst the group, and I had hoped that by me staying awake, I would be able to prevent this very thing from happening. It did not work.
Is Tempest still stoking the fire? Is he still over by the hearth?
He is kind of like at a relaxed attention,
A relaxed attention.
like facing you guys. He's like, relaxed, but he's standing at attention.
And Tempest, he didn't put weapons down. He didn't have any, right? He was one of the few that didn't actually have weapons to put down.
Correct.
That's what he said.
That's what he said.
That is what he said.
And visually, he doesn't have like a bag of holding that I would recognize from having one.
He does not have any weapons on him that you can see now.
Okay.
Tempest, I have to accuse you of being suspicious and blowing out the fire, as you were, since I was by the door, greeting you all as you came into this fine establishment. You were the one that opened the door, the only one that opened the door by yourself. You seem to have a great gift with manipulating the air. And the only way that this fire would have blown out, as the door was closed, barred, and sealed, was with the powers that you portrayed upon your arrival. But the question is, Tempest, have you been here before?
No, I have not been here before.
And you also came here alone.
And I'll address the rest of the group, not necessarily the collective.
Have any of you seen Tempest before? You all arrived staggered with the exception of Yaras and Kildriff. But that does not mean that just because you
Yazareth
all...
and Lazarna.
Oh,
The
I thought
halfling and the
Kildriff-
drow came in together.
Yeah. The happiest
right.
person and the angriest person came together.
Well, I don't know.
My
Kildriff's
bad.
pretty angry, but the happiest and the
Yeah.
grimmest.
My mistake. Yaras and Lazarna. You both entered there together, and everyone seemed to enter staggered, but within close proximity. I can't imagine you all traveled from individual ways, as there is only one road passing by. Have you all seen each other before? Do any of you look familiar to each other?
Lazarna. Well, I have only been traveling with Yazareth for about a day. We were both. Which direction?
The exact right one.
Oh. Don't know why that's over there now. I just want to see if they were traveling north or south. Sorry.
I just need to start asking
We'll
more
say
questions
they've
to them.
Both been traveling north. Sure. We've been traveling north together for about a day now. It was happenstance we met. I haven't seen him before. And then they
And
all
the-
collectively say that they haven't seen each other since, other than right now.
Well, Yaras and Lazarna, you've been traveling north, as have we, so we must have been not too far ahead of you on the road. Out of curiosity, what brought you together? Normally, strangers on the road avoid each other.
Well, I was fairly aware that this place was here, and I was caught out most like all of us. And I was on my way here, and I don't know why Azrith was coming this way, but I mentioned to him that it would be dangerous. And he goes, "Yes, I have business in the area, and I was traveling here. It was happenstance, but good fortune that I ran into our little friend here."
What business do you have in this area? We are pretty isolated out here. We're not on a coast of a great sea, nor are we in a hamlet of a great kingdom.
Did I, oops, I might have to switch it to south. I think it was south.
You did
Yes, they were traveling south, not north. Sorry. They were traveling south, not north.
Yeah.
I apologize. Everything else still makes the same. But she was traveling south as well. So,
Okay.
yeah, sorry.
So,
Yes, we are pretty secluded, but my business is my own, and I assure you it had nothing to do with anyone in this haberdashery.
from the stain
I
for a
was-
place that you
Go
was
ahead. Sorry.
what? So if you were traveling south, did you come from Uthran?
No. I was...
Yes, and?
What is the term warped to this location? I came from... I don't even know what I'm saying. Yes, I came from under the mountain.
See, I'm at Elosia. I am from the far, far west, and I don't know this area very well. Zio, Elar, do you know of a great mountain or any of the places around here?
Yeah, would I know where he's coming from?
Would I know of the mountain? I would presume I wouldn't know of underneath it, but would I know of the mountain he's referring to?
Cthulhu is the only one that knows really about... Wait, who else did I say kind of knows about Drow? Just a little bit.
I think Uridan might, just because he's also a half orc.
It has nothing to do with being a half-orc. It would have to be where you were.
What's
You
the name?
said it
I
was
think it
me
was
and
yeah,
my family.
so the two of
yeah.
you know that he's a drow, and drow live underground. Well,
Gotcha.
Popular.
the majority of their race lives in the Underdark.
Would I know of a major city of the Underdark underneath Summit's Peak?
No, you have no idea anything on this side of it.
Would I know of
Nobody
any...
here that is not a drow would know of any drow culture or cities unless specifically studied or traveled. Drow
So I
culture
wouldn't
is
know.
very secluded.
So I wouldn't know any cities like from the drow that came into my kingdom
Mm-mm.
where they were
You
from.
can assume there's many around, but again, you saw them at a distance talking to people that were important.
Here
What we're
is
talking
my
about.
question. We have focused a lot on technicalities, but one requires motive in order to murder. So, does anyone know? Can anyone think of any motives? For me, Yasorna was the person that I would have been least likely to murder. She was kind, she invited us in, she gave us a warm hearth and food.
Lazarus picks up. I agree. And Yezrith, he so many fucking people. He goes, I had no need to kill her. She was putting food in my belly, and I wish to be gone from here as quickly as possible with as little effort.
I have a question. Well, actually, I'll role play it out. I'll ask Zio, since he knows about the kingdoms and kind of border territories or the
As Zio's
whatever.
still looking through Duo.
As I noticed that, I'll just say it out loud.
Zio, or really for anybody here more knowledgeable than I, where were these, the domain of Uthran's kingdom fall? Are we technically in the territory of? Would this establishment fall under Uthranian rule, or is this sort of a no man's land? Zio?
Yeah,
Or he's
is
doing the
this
ice.
in Uthron or we're
No,
still in
this would still be in
technically
Solarian
Solarian?
territory.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I still have my eyes shut. Technically, this is still Solaria.
This is to Solaria. Yazareth, you and Lazon are traveling south. You said from under the mountain, which we can gather is Summit's Peak, which is kind of close to Uthran.
No, I physically mean from beneath the mountains.
Oh, forgive me, I do not know much of your culture. I only ask questions, but it seems strange that you are traveling south, and the person that finds themselves dead in their own establishment is technically governed by Solarian rule. Who amongst you would want to get rid of that?
I hold no dominion.
If I
Yasorna
may.
speaks. I'm not Yasorna. Sorry.
Lazarna.
Lazarna speaks. I'm Uthranian, and she pulls out an Uthranian coin. Tempest speaks up. I am from a far off land, no meaning or dominion towards here. Belky speaks up. I live in France, traveling home, in fact.
What, can you all show your coins? I understand that
yes.
people from I understand that people from Falbian have coins.
Kildrith does not present one. I do not carry such things. And Tempest already said he didn't have one. And Yazrith said he didn't have one. And Belky goes, well, I'm Solarian, but I don't keep that on me. It's tacky.
I
You said
kinda
you're from
look at
France?
my coin, and I'm like,
Well, yes, but I'm still Solarian. I live in France.
I think we're wasting time. Everybody,
Oh.
get, no, let's all
We
gather
got
around.
plenty of time, love.
And I'm suggesting that we go around the hearth and I cast a spell, and if you fight it, it is almost a mission of guilt, because you will not be able to tell the truth.
Cthulhu has a great point, because wouldn't you want to expunge your name from the suspects list?
We will not ask any personal business. If you want, I can be the one asking questions. I will no forth say anything towards personal, only from this cabin that I know.
Kildrith speaks. I will not be having any sort of soft skin in my head. And
If-
Tempest speaks up. Doesn't it seem a little one-sided that you be casting the spell and interrogating the room?
It might
You-
be like that, but I have done no harm towards anyone, nor would I like to.
He looks around. I am pretty sure, and this is the first time you see a smirk from Tempest, that everyone in this room would not say they have done harm.
That is fair. But I am a man of Fortis. Chaos and evil are frowned upon. Therefore, I cannot. He will take my powers and I can't let my mind be corrupted like that.
If it makes you all feel better, I have had the spell casted upon me, and it is not invasive. It simply means that you cannot tell lies. Furthermore, if it makes you all feel more better, I do not think that is correct common. Forgive me, it is not my first language. I am totally willing to answer questions from everyone.
That's what I was gonna add, is that under Cthulhu's spell, the way that the magic works is it affects everyone similarly, and anyone would be free to ask anyone
But
questions.
we must do this orderly if we do. And if you don't want to talk about personal business, the spell does not force you to speak. You
What
can
we-
very well abstain. If we
What-
say, what is your business in Freyas, for example, Bilky? You do not have to answer that. You will just be quiet. But if you are quiet during a critical answer, such as, do you wish harm upon anybody here, and you decide not to speak, that will be an admission. We are trying to give you guys every opportunity physically possible, even for my own group. I've seen people of my own group be cursed or be controlled by not their own means. They've been controlled, so I understand that I would be asking everybody questions, including my collective. Our collective. I wish no harm. Gildrith, trust me, I am a secretive person too. I like to keep to myself.
Lazarna
I've-
speaks. I don't think you'll convince them. I think you should just try.
Gather around.
And I like
They,
I wait
they
for
all are relatively. If you stand pretty much where the body is, you can cast it. Point of note: if someone's outside the 15 foot, they aren't affected. Everyone's in it, but I didn't know. But everybody but Zio is affected right now.
So I kind of like close
Even-
my eyes.
Even myself, I was like slinking back.
Yeah, and Uridan would as well.
Erden, get over. You must
Oh,
be in
God
this.
damn it. Come on, man.
Oh,
Don't
wait.
Run me out like that.
You have to. It is for faith.
You called me out like
Zio.
that.
God
Zio, if you may, blink it back into reality and come back here.
I never left reality. I'm right here. I'll
I
come
know.
over.
While your eyes are just not
Yeah.
here.
I would
Sorry to
go
give
over
you a
and
cover.
I would guide him
Okay.
over.
And
Thank
I
you.
closed my eyes.
By the way,
Don't
you
want you
choose a
tripping
point,
on
so
something.
it doesn't like emanate
Oh,
from
okay.
you. You choose a point, so you just do it
Well,
in the center of the table.
I'm saying it's emanating from me. Fuck you. I'm joking.
You
But,
can have
uh,
it from you, but I mean, it's just that.
I want to
location.
get everybody in there, and then
You
I
can
close
get
my
everybody in
eyes.
the zone.
I close my eyes and
Let Fortis see the truth for which lies beneath.
and then I open my eyes and they're like this shade of like grayish pink, and my arms radiating kind of a pink, and I start looking at everyone, and that's when I assume people start making checks for charisma.
Okay,
Or
everybody
if
make a charisma check.
Or I think you can choose to instantly fail it.
Okay.
Yeah, I will choose to fail.
Very well.
You don't have
Let's see what I rolled though.
I will as well. I choose to fail.
I rolled a
Princess.
21 though, just to let you
I
know.
You would
Didn't choose to fail, but I rolled a 3.
So you
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's pretend that I chose to fail.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was like, should I just say that I just
Let's see what I
choose to?
roll. I
so-
choose to fail.
Choose
All
to
right,
fail.
so
Yeah.
I
The
chose
dice
to.
chose for
Yazareth,
me.
Yazareth got a 12. Kildrith
Okay, she
got.
fails.
That's a he. Kildrith got horrible, so she failed. Carlo got a 16.
He passes.
Okay. We'll go
Foam
that
badge.
one, and that one.
And now
Belky
it's-
got a 20.
Passes.
Zarna chooses to fail.
What about
Carlisle
Tempest?
chooses to fail too. Tempest.
I thought you said Carlisle will pass.
I
But he
did, but
chose
I'm
to.
gonna say he's choosing to fail.
Okay. So
That
Tempest.
fits.
Uh, 15.
Passes.
Okay, so Tempest did pass. So the only person that wanted to not have anything happen and passed was Tempest. All the others failed or chose to fail.
The only ones that can lie are Tempest and Belky. They have chose to fight the spell. And let these times commence. Is there
Oh,
anybody
hold
here?
on, shut up. Shut your face. Shut your face hole now.
Can it be
And-
the second I say my question?
No, it's like you cast it. Go.
Okay.
Does anybody here have ill will or want harm on anyone else in this room?
In unison, fucking Kildrith and Yazar say
Fucking-
yes.
Alright,
And then the others say no.
That's
No,
I
I
will respond with no.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, no.
Um,
I would
Yazareth.
like.
sorry, I'm gonna stop the timer so I can reiterate something.
Okay. Okay.
Everybody else says no. Lizarna speaks and she says, "No, I do not wish any ill will." That's the only one that's different. Continue.
So
And then-
Yazareth and Kildriff.
Both said
Yes, say
yes,
yes.
and they're both looking at each other.
was it against the innkeeper?
Everyone collectively, no. As Belky
Yeah,
and
what's-
Tempest are also answering, but you just
Yeah.
something like
I'm
that.
not. Yeah.
I would like very quickly before this continues, if anyone else would like to ask questions in terms of goodwill.
This is on a time limit, so I think that we should expedite our levels of inquiry and not waste too many times by making these long, pontificated sentences filled with lots of words taking up too much
Ask me a
time.
question.
Would you? Would anybody like
to blame. Shit. Would anyone be in the area of blaming this murder on somebody else?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes from Yazareth, yes from Kildrith, yes from Carlisle, no from Belky, yes from Lazarna, and no from Tempest.
Ayla, I don't think that you would have done this. If you would have killed Yasorna, let's say she did something wrong to you, how would you have killed her? Wouldn't it be sneaky in the night? You would chop her with your axe and scream and get bigger, right?
You have
That's how you
just
do things.
answered the question for me.
Carlisle
I was
asks,
taking my sword.
Carlisle asks Zio, you have been doing nothing but some sort of casting there, and have been silent not to defend nor pontificate somebody else. Why?
I've been keeping my eyes open and just observing, seeing what I see.
And what have you
Tempest.
observed?
Tempest can lie.
Not too much of
know.
note, unfortunately.
Don't ask questions.
Tempest, are you carrying a magical item?
Yes. He is, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
but he
Okay.
can also lie. So
Yes.
I know, but
Um,
I was seeing if he was gonna lie.
It is also silly for any of us to lie about that, considering we know we casted a spell to find out what we have.
How did you know?
Because
Yeah.
he said it.
I said that.
Yazareth, what shape are your weapons? Are they thin? Are they bulky?
My daggers are
And-
bulky and my rapier's thin.
Why
wouldn't
won't you
you
pull
show
out your
us?
yeah
Yeah, June, that's what I'm thinking.
yeah
It's over
yeah
there.
what Ecclesia said.
It is valuable and my property, and I've been entrusted with it. Therefore, no
Why
one will touch it but me.
Why don't we ask, did anyone kill just the innkeeper?
That's what I
Why
was
don't we
really
just
waiting
ask that?
for.
Did anybody kill the innkeeper? Yasorna.
No.
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 Everybody says no, they did not.
And there were only 2 people that failed. Yes.
All right, case solved, guys. Guess she was just sick or something.
Belky and Tempest.
Well,
I mean,
I-
to go
I'm
around,
gonna
Yatsura says no, why would I? Kildrith goes, no. Carlisle goes, of course I did not kill her. Belky says, oh, no, why would I? Lazarna says, I did not kill her. And Tempest goes, of course I didn't. Not that this matters now.
Was anyone involved in her murder but did not murder her?
I was sleeping. I was so colored and rolled into a one bar and sleeping.
I was sleeping
Quick
as
answers.
well.
I
No.
walk up to Kildriff and I say, do you think I'm attractive?
Burden.
No.
This is not a dumb place. You can't just come out of the corner after hiding this whole time and say, do you want to have sex?
Answer Alar's
The
question.
test.
Did
That was
anyone
a test.
assist the murderer but did not actually murder the innkeeper?
Tempest laughs, no. And Belky kind of looks over, she's like, no? Yazareth goes, I was asleep. Kildrith says, I don't want anyone dead but him. Carlisle goes, no, I was in quite deep sleep. Belky already answered. Lazarna goes, no, I was resting. And Tempest already answered.
Hildreth, why do you want to kill Yazareth? You have such an animosity towards them.
I do not like his kind.
That is besides the point at hand.
Oh,
What?
go on.
Fuck.
Who do you all think killed the innkeeper?
Yazareth says, you. Kildrith goes, Yazareth. Carlisle says, Elon. Belky, I'm unsure. Lazarna, Yazareth. Tempest, Yazareth.
Yazareth, why do you think
guys-
they'll accuse you?
Could be my skin or my weapon, one of the two.
He said he was sleeping.
I I'm gonna go up to Carlisle and I'm gonna look at Belky and I ask Carlisle directly, what were you and Belky talking about last night when you mentioned that if they weren't careful that you were sure that bad things could happen? I know that Belky can lie, but you cannot.
I was speaking about Kildrith and Yazareth.
As far as what?
They're
Attacking
bickering.
each other?
Exactly.
How much time left do we have?
Best
I would be able to
assumption.
tell.
You can't tell. It doesn't track your time in your head. Does it
fuck
go
you.
30 seconds, 20 seconds?
Fuck.
You have less than 5.
Or Kildriff, wouldn't you want to possibly frame Yazareth for this murder, knowing that there's a fancy, shiny small blade?
That would have been
It-
smart, yes.
Carlisle, who were you sleeping next to? What happened to your cane blade at night?
I don't know who I was sleeping next to. And it was next to my bed when I awoke.
So it was in the same place when you woke.
Enough for me to not question.
I think what we everyone has answered no to the murder. Therefore, the only people that can lie in this situation are Belky and Tempest.
Tempest, you
F.
blew out their fire. Did you not blow out their fire? There's no way it would have just blown out. It was roaring before you got here, and the second that you arrived, it goes out.
And you're one of the only people that would be able to do that.
He speaks.
I have.
You are running out of time. Ask me the questions later when you need to know someone's lying.
I have a question then. Does anybody else here possess an ability to blow out a fire in the way that Alar described?
Yazareth?
No.
No. Kildrith? Possibly. Carlisle? With enough ingenuity. Belky? No. Yasorna? Maybe? I don't think so, though. Tempest doesn't answer, and...
Who?
What did the elf say? Sorry, the drow.
No.
You said no.
Who here can disguise themselves to look like others?
Immediately,
I
Belky
can do
kind of
that.
giggles.
Belky can.
I can do that
Who
as
else?
well.
I can disguise myself as others.
Yazareth? No. Kildrith? No. Carlisle? No, but I can put on a show. Yasorna? No, I'm too short. Tempest doesn't answer.
I can't. I look like an old version of me. That's about as much as I can do, though.
You know
What
you
do
have
you
about
think-
less than a minute.
What do you
Who
all
here
think
has-
the motive was?
I'll stop because I didn't hear your question. What, Nick?
What do you all think the motive was? One word.
War.
Yazareth says boredom. Kildrith says unsure. Carlisle goes, I don't know. Belky, I have no idea. Yasorna, cruelty, and Tempest doesn't answer.
Who here cares that the innkeeper here was dead?
I do.
I care.
I care.
I do.
I'm just going to. I stopped it, but Yazareth kind of rolls. Yazareth rolls his eyes but doesn't answer. Kildrith says she is indifferent. Carlisle says I care. Belky says that she cared. Yasorna says that she is sad that she is gone, and Tempest doesn't answer. And resume.
With this
Doc.
new information, does everybody here
And the spell
have suspicion
fades.
What is your question?
of Tempest? Tempest just seems to be the one who has the abilities to make this happen.
He does.
It seems that he had a disagreement, and from all that I've been seeing and hearing, it seems to be that he thinks he is above everybody else, and he might be the type of person that would do something as horrible as this just to spite someone for not giving them the treatment he thinks he deserves.
Let me
That is a good
peruse
point,
my
yes.
notes really quick.
Tempest, you are very rude this whole time you have been here.
He speaks. That is because I am better than all of you. And to answer your
Excuse you?
question, you're excused. To answer your question, yes, that could have been me. Sometimes, because of my powers, I have apparently been known to do things out of my control. I did not do it willingly or knowingly.
Belky,
Fire or murder?
To blow out the fire, I did not kill this woman.
Belky,
Yeah.
what is your item? Your magical item?
Oh, well, what school of magic did you find?
Illusion.
Illusion.
Oh, well, very sportingly enough. And she shows a necklace, and she taps it, and she augments certain parts of her body to look more voluptuous.
Her personality?
No, that's still flat.
I think tits are personality. That's
Her tits, guys.
Her tits, guys.
And then she does it again, and she becomes a little chubbier. She does it again, her hair color changes. She does it again, her horns disappear. And then she goes back to normal.
What the fuck is the point of that?
Well, everyone has different tastes.
This is true.
are you?
Kane's like, she's a hoe!
I wouldn't say your profession in front of this holy man.
She's a prostitute.
No, don't just shout things out like that. It is another way to get to the truth of these things.
I'm sorry, the zone of truth is still going.
But Belky, actually, everyone, can we all agree that if we find out who the murderer is, they don't leave this building alive? That is the consequence here. I feel as if the person who is withholding information feels that we will just go, aha, you did it and why. I feel, and this is coming from me.
sorry. I'll go
This is
down the
coming from
line
me.
when you're done.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as he says this, I want to like look at everyone's reaction to
What's
what
all your
Ecclesia says.
answers?
I would implore that since whoever the murderer is has desecrated this location, they do leave this place alive in the night.
Send them into the cold.
In their underpants.
Don't kill them.
I was
they
about to
simply
say,
leave.
we take all the belongings and send them into the cold. They can survive if they can.
Which is almost worst.
I'm fine with either.
Yazareth speaks. So along the line, Yazareth goes, I'm fine with whichever, but if it is that beast, then you can send her in the cold. Kildrith snarls at him, doesn't reply to the death part. Carlisle, I'm not sure, that's pretty dark either way. I would assume not leaving then? Belky goes, oh, wow, you are dark. I haven't thought of it. And Yasorna says, we can't let them leave. They might, live and do it again. And then Tempest goes, it makes no difference to me. I will be gone as soon as this wretched night is over. 3 nights. Fairly.
I was
I have
about
a
to say.
I have a question for all of you, and I almost would encourage Cthulhu to do the spell thing again. But what do you all think should happen to the person, the consequences, once we find out who it is? If you don't agree with what we came up with, what do you all feel should happen to the person, the accused, if presented that it's the person?
Who are you asking this to?
All of the people that are not the collective.
What do you think the consequences should be when they find that person who did it?
I think they already kind of answered that question. Some of them don't know because they haven't thought of it, and then others said kill him, or I think one person said send him out in the cold, if it's the lizard bitch.
Yazareth, you realize
I think your
that-
first question was really similar to the second question. They would answer it the same way.
Yazareth,
You said, should we kill him or send him? And the other ones that don't know, they haven't thought of. They're thinking of, who is the murderer, not what should we do with them yet.
Yazareth, do you truly think that Kildrith actually murdered this woman?
No. I hope it's not.
Smart answer. A bigger person like her can't sneak. Nor, and this is no offense to you, nor could she lie underneath my spell. I think we narrowed it down to 2.
That is right. It's
Carlisle
who are
speaks
you?
up. I don't think we've narrowed it down to anyone yet.
Do you not understand the power of my spell? We asked who, or did they murder?
I do, but how valuable is your spell? Could they be telling a
Very.
half-truth?
How can they have truth if murder happened?
Well, here's an example. If I was the murderer, alright, and I understand that this is going to make me sound very guilty, but just please go along with it and give me a shadow of doubt, just a little bit. If you asked me, did I kill the person, I could think of it in my head if I poisoned them, that the poison killed them.
What
then-
poison?
No, just my point. And if you're speaking of specific poison, he already said that he had... No, you didn't say that out loud. It was just an example. She clearly died by a blade. But that is my example, that it seems like it could be valuable. Is it, or do you all disagree? Do you think we should take what was answered as law?
I think you just confessed.
I did it. He can't.
Carlisle, I'd have to agree with you. I think that's purely asking everyone who was affected by the spell a yes or no, did you do this? I think that's... None of them withheld an answer. So therefore, if someone among these ranks were the murderer who were forced to answer truthfully, they could have envisioned the question differently than being so straightforward.
Would I know if they could literally do that, where they would be like the weapon murdered the person instead of them? Would
It's
I know
whatever
that?
when somebody is telling a lie, it is whatever they believe the truth to be. So if it can be messed that way. But I mean, if it's like, is it daytime? But it's evening, so it could be like, oh no, I think this is night. You know what I mean? It's really in the eye of the beholder, no pun intended. Beholder comes out.
I believe
If there's a beholder, it better have that fucking voice.
I was gonna say next time.
I believe my spell I would be able to pick up on things. I can cast it again, but I know that some people would pass and some people would fail. I don't believe that we could get any more answers. Truthfully, it could either be Yazareth, Belki, Kildrith, or Tempest if you're going by your logic, because they're the only ones that fought my spell. There's no point to fight it if you're innocent. You saw the answers that I gave, the questions I gave everyone.
Well, Tempest, sorry to intrude if you want to continue, Cthulhu.
I'm believing that if you do fight it, you're put into a lower bracket of people that could be possibly are guilty. And if I do cast it again, Kildrith, I hope I earned your trust a little bit of how I didn't go personal. It was all business level. I don't want to kill any of you. The murderer must be kicked out so that we can be safe. I don't want any of you to die.
Not to mention that Zio has a great point that I feel that you are all very traveled and must know that the kingdoms of Uthran and Saleria are not necessarily copacetic, which is a fancy word from the West for being on the same page. We are the northern part of Saleria, but I imagine, and I'll kind of gesture to Alar and Zio, we are getting closer to the kingdom of Uthran. So I'm wondering where all of your allegiances lie.
I'll be honest, I think that is besides the point.
I don't think so. I think that there are... For instance, Belki, you came from Praise. You are a citizen of Solaria. Yet, how did you feel what happened with the usurping of Mayor Fairstone in Freyas?
The what? I haven't been home.
I
in some
forgot that
time.
wouldn't be common knowledge.
I'm traveling
How
home.
did you?
What happened?
Nothing now, it's fine.
Lore dump.
Oh, dang it. Did it.
Nothing. It's fine.
Nothing, it's fine.
I choose to die.
A conversation for another time.
Yes.
No, it's all been fixed.
Oh,
Thanks to us.
Thanks to yours truly. But anyways,
Thanks to yours choosely.
Yours
Mike
truly.
Trusley, yes.
Thanks to Mike Trusley.
Mike Trusley.
Well,
Next D&D character right there.
Tempest, if you don't mind, I feel that I perceive at least you've answered all of our questions truthfully. But I do have one more for you.
yes.
You said that you've been known to sometimes, I don't know how better to say this, but I'm sure that you have a better way. But you may cause a strong gust of wind, like the one that put out the fire, without necessarily knowing that you did it.
Correct.
Do you think that you are the one responsible for putting out the fire last night?
I am not sure.
What could have caused you to put out the fire?
I'm not sure. A dream I may have been having. It's not something I can control when I sleep. In fact, I
But
should not even be anywhere near here.
But it is something that someone else could have taken advantage of if it wasn't you, Tempest.
True, maybe. But I wasn't even supposed to be anywhere around here.
Where were
I-
you supposed to be?
I was supposed to... I misjudged a spell cast, and I ended up near here. I should be closer to a city named Illyria.
Would I know that city's name?
You would know it because Ecclesias has said
was-
it.
Yeah. Oh, Ecclesias has been there.
Sounds uber familiar.
That's why I'm thinking.
I'm just kind of giving him a sneering eye as he continues to talk.
I'm actually gonna go over to the body. Sorry.
What spell were you trying to cast?
Teleportation.
Is it the first time you've done it, and is that why you got it wrong?
I've done it before, but the distance was great. My point being is I could not have killed this woman. I should indeed have been here. There'd be no reason to.
But you are
If-
here.
Sorry, if you didn't kill her, can you teach that to me when we're done?
He looks you up and down. No.
Worth a
Just
try.
Lulin.
I know.
I can only cast this spell one more time.
You said you'd been to the Illyria.
I was trying to get there.
Why?
Because I had business there.
I too had business there, and I was there. I was curious as to what you think that you were going there for. It's a small work in progress. It's not much to be seen just yet.
There's a lot
Well,
of
well-
infrastructure being poured in there. I believed it to
Yes.
be somewhere to build.
So why do you rebuild?
I won't be building. That was a metaphor.
Oh. Does anybody know Yasorna personally, or no more? It seems like Kalar, you're the only person that really knew her, but so far we have no motive for anyone here. For all we know, it could be no one, and we should band together to find the person that's invisible.
And you hit the murderer.
When I go
Carlisle?
over- Sorry.
Yeah, yes.
You're the only one that seems to have known Yasorna prior to any of us walking in. Do you know if anyone here would have been an enemy?
I'm sure she has enemies. I honestly don't know. I haven't been here that long. All I can say is I was quite fond of her, and it's unfortunate what happened to her so fast.
This may seem a little unnecessary or gruesome, but if there's a fraction of a weapon, a piece of a weapon, that was used to kill this woman, I feel like we could maybe point some clues, maybe find something.
Well, then why don't we all spread out and look through the haberdashery? Speaks one of the people.
I think that's a good idea. Do you guys mind if I put one of my companions with you?
Very
Each
well.
one of you.
That works.
Alrighty,
I'm gonna look on the body and maybe look for like a
Okay. Yazareth is with Cthulhu, Kildrith is with Alar, Carlisle's with Ecclesias, Belky's with June, Lizarna's with Uridin, and Tempest is with Zio. So, to go across the line, because they're just gonna do it with you, Alar, what do you look for?
And Kildrith?
We're looking over, someone, arbitrarily someone mentioned,
Sorry.
why don't we look through the whole haberdashery for more clues?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say, you guys are doing amazing. There has not been much exploration other than the circle of where the death happened.
Yeah.
So there is a lot to be looking for.
I've
Ayla,
been
what do you
meaning
want
to
to look
send Duo out.
You can look too. He doesn't have thumbs to like look.
Well,
He has little paws.
You said I'm with
And
Kildrith,
if something's
right?
up
And
here,
that's,
he can't see it.
and that's the very untalkative Dragonborn, right?
Whoever I
So-
told you with, yes.
Yes.
Let's try and find an ice pick. I don't know why, but that sounds like something that would have been.
Well, actually, hang on. So you is the wound? You said the wound was about the size of the cane sword, which would be bigger than an ice pick. Yes.
Cane sword and the rapier. And an ice
both
pick.
of those.
Unless you guys are going to, like, you guys just looked at where the wound is. No one like,
Right.
if you want
That's what I'm
to
gonna do.
thoroughly inspect the wound, I think Cthulhu's doing it.
yes.
Well, you did look at the
Um,
body already, someone else could also look at the body.
Are we going in order, or are we just calling out things we want to do?
I'm gonna say what people are doing, so this is succinct. Ayla, what are you doing? If you have nothing, we'll come back to you.
He
yeah, I got
shits.
nothing.
Cthulhu.
I'm looking in, like, this might sound weird, but I'm gonna be like looking in the wound, kind of like fleshing around, maybe trying to find like a piece of metal or some form of like broken off.
Do you take the cover off of her?
Yes.
Okay. So immediately, who were you with?
You put Yasoreth with me.
All right. Immediately, what both of you notice is her skin has a very green. Her veins have turned green inside of her body.
Aw, tits.
Through.
Would I know that's a poison?
Belky's like, what?
This changes everything.
You're not
Yes,
sure.
sir.
You know something is affecting her body, as well. That's the first thing that comes to mind. He also notes it. Anything you see, he sees. As you look at the wound and you're looking for any sort of metal or anything, it is a clean puncture wound. It does not look like it has any jagged cut in it like a sword would do that is sharp on two sides. And it is
Go
a
all the way
clean
through.
in and out. It does not. It goes somewhere up into her chest. You don't know how far.
I
never be able to tell me.
cast. I'm gonna do this again. I cast detect poison to see if she was affected by poison.
As you detect poison and disease, you get the similar pings, nothing different.
It's not a poison that she has been affected by.
Ugh.
Do you know maybe why her veins turned green?
I have not seen this. Is there anything? Has anyone here practice in medicine? Or potion making,
Dabbled.
or poisons?
I've dabbled.
Me too, not a lot though.
Do you know of any sort of poison that isn't a poison?
DM? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Jim.
I
I was
guess
gonna-
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was just going to explain why I might think.
Yeah, I would ask if maybe like something like this may have happened to like a traveler coming through or someone in my village, and that my grandma may have come across this and figured out what it may have been. Not necessarily a cure or anything like that, but maybe a plant known to cause this. It's not necessarily.
So to his question, what you would kind of think of in your head, you start racking your brain of what could be a poison that isn't a poison. A few things come to mind. You could think of a argument why alcohol is a poison, or tobacco or drugs are a poison. Not directly, but they could be. You also think of how extracts from plants could be considered tonics, but could be used as a poison, as well as venom from animals could be used as a poison, but is not a poison.
The way that Ecclesias wanted to rationalize the poison, not a poison, dealing in magical items and being a part of the esoteric assembly. What I've heard of people requesting items to either be made that could, like a dagger that could give an effect of poison, or an enchanted weapon that might have a similar effect or something to that effect.
So, I know this sounds like the answer is a no, but you know that if a weapon like that was to induce poison to someone, it would be detected with poison.
I should rephrase what I'm asking then. Not like a dagger that had poison damage to it or something like that. Are there enchantments that would give this effect? Like, would I know that there's an item that gives this effect that isn't poison?
Something similar to this, you would possibly think that necrotic spells could do something like this.
Okay. I'll shout out to A. Wait, am I not even a part of this, or is it kind of collectively?
I would
we
say
all
that
are?
was a big thing, so you guys kind of all are. You can all talk about it, and then once we're done inspecting the body, we'll go on to someone else.
Ayla, I know that at the esoteric assembly, sometimes there'll be daggers that don't do poison damage, but necrotic, that is your wheelhouse. If you tried looking at this, the face that Cthulhu found, does this look like anything you know?
No, but no,
Well, actually, does it look like anything that I know?
It does
Personally.
not look necrotic in nature as you look at it.
Sorry.
I had a thought though. June conjuration. Can that conjure poison?
Not that I really know of. Conjuration, that's usually kind of creating something out of nothing. I don't
Poison.
I don't know if there would be a conjuration spell that could create poison that would not be detected by Cthulhu's ability. I'm gonna take a very closer look at exactly what's going on with her body, and as I'm doing that, I'm gonna tell people, as far as Cthulhu's ability is concerned, he should have been able to tell if it was poison, if it was actual poison. However, you could use venom. You could use the extract of a plant. You could use a lot of other things that aren't necessarily concocted into a poison, but could be poisonous to a being like Yasorna.
Well,
And-
Tempest is the only one with any form of plant that creates poison on.
I do have a poison, but I did not use that poison here.
And what is your
But
item?
Cthulhu, you detected his poison, correct?
Indeed.
And you're not detecting poison on Yasorna's body right now.
Well, I was doing under the same logic. The plant excretes poison, or the plant could have a byproduct where it may
But
not be poison or something like that. I don't
my
know.
point is that Tempest has actual poison. It would be and that's what would be found on Yasorna if that is what was used. I'm not saying that Tempest didn't do it, but I'm just by logic. If you could detect it in his pocket, you would be able to detect it in her
There's,
body.
What I will say for mechanic reasons is if that poison was used in something to kill her, I would still make you would detect it as the
Okay.
thing to kill her. So just so there's no, if that poison is what killed her, you would detect it. So I know this is
Okay.
very meta, but that poison did not kill her. Or is it even in her system?
Yeah,
I
I want to
still-
look at just the way that like it's affecting her body, and do I know of any plant or animal like venom or plant extract that would cause this type of effect?
In your limited knowledge, you know that there is not a plant that would affect this or make this effect. And it would be weird that an alcohol or a drug would.
I'm gonna divine
But
scent
it could
to
be a venom.
I'm using divine scent to just make sure that she's not becoming undead or anything.
She's dead. She's dead.
Okay, good.
Ayla,
She ain't coming back.
I would like to ask Tempest, can I see your magical item?
Sure, what did I say I had?
Conjuration.
Oh,
Creation of
yes.
fire.
And he shows a little disc. It has like a blue swirl in it. It is supposed to help me teleport.
it's a CD.
It's supposed to help you teleport, and you were so far off from your teleportation
Was there talking shit?
destination.
Yes, could be a cursed item.
Yeah, it obviously didn't work.
This might be a long shot. You can tell me no. Could I use locate object on like something that would be the thing that would fit, seeing all the weapons, locating the object?
No, if you're locating object, you're like, man, I don't know where my keys are. Ping,
Okay,
there they are.
okay.
That's how locating object is. So we'll move on from the body. Ecclesius, what would you and your partner, whoever I said it was, want to do?
I don't remember who it was, unfortunately. Sorry, DM, but I want to look behind the bar, see if this was the only building around here. I
There are
have
more
a hard
buildings,
time.
remember. This is a town. There's more buildings. This is the only one that's inhabited.
Oh, okay. Well, I want to look around. I want to look behind the bar, see if maybe there's like a key to a homestead, a door that might go to a cellar for things, a drawer where she keeps money, something that might pop out that looks out of the ordinary for a tavern.
Very well. So as you guys look around, you do remember that she said she only comes here during Fell Night for travelers, so she does not live here. That's what Yasorna said. You do, however, do find a set of keys. They are slightly different. There are a few skeleton keys on there. Some of them look worn. Some of them don't look like they've ever been used. Presumably that open up other buildings. And you do see one key alone that you and your partner kind of discern probably go to a cellar. And you kind of look around, you look out one of the windows, even though it's blizzarding outside still, you kind of see what would be cellar doors on the outside of the building. There's no cash register or anything because this isn't like, a tavern. So.
Okay. We found a key that goes to a cellar of some sort. I can brave the cold for a small moment with this fruit and ring. Speaking of that ring, Uradin, what are you doing?
Oh. I'm going to look for traces of blood. Do you want me to go with you instead?
I mean, if you want to come along, I was just curious. You've been so quiet this whole time, but I'm going to go around to see if there are the cellar doors to go under the place.
Alright, and
I-
I already looked for trails of blood, by the way.
Oh, did you? Okay, well.
There were none.
Yasorna, goddammit, Lazarna says, I might not be wise to go outside. The door itself is barely holding. knows what opening it would do. But I won't stop him.
We have to get to the bottom of this.
Carlisle looks around and he goes, well, there are only two weapons that could have done this. Mine
Yours.
and Yazrith's. Yazrith,
That we know.
as he looks over it, and would you hold your weapon to us if you don't want anyone to touch it? And Yazrith, fine, I can do that. As he walks over and he picks up the rapier and he brings it over to all of you. Don't touch, or it will be bloody.
Absolutely. I won't. I respect you for showing us this, and I know that it means a great deal to you.
He whips it so you guys can see the blade.
Does it look approximately the same size or stained with blood at all?
It looks, and Cthulhu looking at it, you in your mind would probably not think it be Carlisle's weapon, because Carlisle's weapon is sharpened on two sides. This cut doesn't look like that. It looks like a puncture wound. And as Ecclesius, as you look at the blade, you notice that the blade is sparkly shiny, as if it has been recently cleaned.
Curious, and I might misunderstand your custom, so I apologize if I offend you, Yazareth. Why does your rapier look so clean? You were traveling in the wild, I imagine you might have used this, and I didn't see you polishing it last night. What did you say, a decorative rapier just for show, or do you know how to use it?
I do know how to use it, and I can demonstrate that if you wish, but no, it is ceremonial as well, bestowed to me by my queen, and I treat it as if though it was my queen.
And although I... Oh, sorry, Cthulhu.
What religion does your people practice?
None that concerns you. And you can see him, more than he's been, get very irritated that you're poking into his life.
I want to walk up to... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's the Queen of Memories or no?
No.
Okay.
Would I understand any drow gods? I'm sorry, Ecclesias.
Everybody here knows almost zip about drow culture. The only reason is like, I'm not trying to say people like, oh nope, you don't know that, but because of how like they're not on the surface, they're very secluded, keep to themselves, because of the nature of them, it's unless someone like is a drow or knows about drow culture specifically, it would be something that nobody here would really understand. I'm not trying to be like no, you don't know, but that's like super specific to know. So
no, you don't fucking know.
I would like to walk pretty close, intentionally being confrontational. If he's holding the sword out, not to the point where I'm looking like I'm grabbing it, but at this point, my ears kind of start to go down a little bit, and my eyes start to narrow, and I do want to get confrontationally close to Yazareth.
Why your people, looking him up and down, are so secluded to live on the ground, as you said? Why are you out here? Why do you need the help of a halfling? No offense, my beautiful dear. And I'll look at Yasorna.
And he looks like he gets insulted. I merely met her on the road. She was not supposed to help me. It was happenstance. But if it will expunge me, I'm in the area to find an item.
Oddly enough, that is exactly my business. Finding an item. Cthulhu, is there any valuable items that you might have found around, either on the Yasorna's body and her pockets?
As I'm still looking at Yazareth, but I'm, kind of shouting over to Cthulhu.
When you guys first looked through her pockets, you found nothing.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I wasn't sure if people actually rifled through her pockets.
You know, some money, stuff like that.
But it seems...
Walk behind the desk, sorry.
Oh, we did just check behind the desk.
Oh, never mind then. Yeah.
I was gonna say you looked at the body, Ecclesias looked at the desk, so we'll get to the what everybody else looks at.
Yazareth, it seems the fancy sword of yours that is known how to be used, shiny, freshly polished. If your people are so secluded, yet you come out to find an item, it appears that you might be getting slubby. Or the drow aren't these great people that you so claim they are.
You hold your tongue. We are what I say we are. And don't question that. I take
If
offense
I-
to your allegations. I've not done anything here that can be perceived as murder.
How is he presenting his sword?
He
Is
has
like,
it
out
by
like
the
this?
hilt, holding it out. Like straight out. Like if this was the rapier, he's holding it straight out.
Is there any, like, if I walk up, could I like and get close to it, see how worn the handle is, the grip?
Sure. As he presents it, this thing looks immaculate. Where Zio, actually, being the most trained in just blade combat, you look and you can tell with his posture and the way he holds the blade, though, he does know how to use it. This isn't an ornament. But it looks like he does take very rigorous care of this item.
But like the handle, I mean, is it like leather wrapped and kind of showing any wear and tear? Like it's been used
No,
before?
the inside is actually metal, stippled metal.
Okay.
The handle of it.
Yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Eli.
I would actually ask this in Elvish again. I'm trying to be friendly, far less accusatory tone than what other people are doing.
If that's rapier, once again, this is in Elvish. If that's rapier would have stabbed someone, would you have considered that you were holding it? Would you have considered that as you murdering someone?
What?
I think what he's
Basically,
trying to
they-
ask
If
is that
someone
if you were
grabbed my
trying to...
hand and
Does it matter who wields the sword for you to consider if they... Okay. let
I
me-
wield
let me
this
try
sword,
again.
no one else.
Right. Let's say you kill someone with that sword. Do you consider that as you have killed someone, or that the sword has killed someone? For example, my sword. It was gifted to me by the Queen of
People
Memory.
kill people. Swords don't kill people.
Thank you. Sorry,
I
I
want to go outside to find the cellar. There has to be something here. We're not getting anywhere with all of you, and quite frankly, I am losing my patience. If anyone wants to follow me to help me bear the cold, I will greatly accept the help, but I need to find answers. One of you wanted her dead.
Should you all wish, you guys can speak meta of the facts you know and kind of compartmentalize what you guys know. Feel free.
All right. So I know absolutely nothing. What do you guys know?
I'm really focused on the motives. I think the motives are because
We have no motives. That's the thing. That's.
Yeah,
No,
we don't have any motive.
I am.
Yeah.
I'm almost thinking that it was an accident. That somebody tried to kill somebody else and accidentally fucking killed Yasorna.
I think that Tempest
I think-
blew out the fire on accident. And then Yazareth probably went to try and kill Kildriff and ended up stabbing
Yeah.
Yasorna.
But how
Yeah,
would you mess
that's-
that up? Yasorna's like a frail,
It's
like
dark.
woman.
It was dark,
And
yeah.
Kildriff is a big fucking dragonborn that's been like sneezing electricity.
And they also would have been in the same
And
room.
For
Yazareth wasn't in the same room.
Here's where
We're all in the
they're-
same
They were
room.
sleeping
Yazareth was
kind of
different.
similarly, like
No, we're all in the
Yazareth
same
and
room.
Kildriff.
It's all one room.
They were sleeping next to each other. The two that hate
like
each other.
3 beds off. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you
Was-
guys took all the other fucking beds.
Was Yasorna's body
take all of
found
these.
anywhere in between those two? Like, the
No,
two
it's found
beds?
in the in between your group and their group. Not that they're a group, you know what I mean.
Who was arguing with
Okay,
the-
gotcha.
I am still sus of Carlisle.
I'm Belky.
I'm not.
I'm just a,
Well, Belky too. But
Wasn't
If
Belky-
Carlisle wanted to show up and kill Yasorna, he had hours with her before anybody showed up. Why would he?
maybe he didn't make up his mind until then.
someone
That-
was arguing
There's
with
no.
Yasorna for more food or something like that.
That was
Tempest wanted more.
Tempest.
Yeah,
That was
Tempest wanted all
And
the accommodation.
I'm
Yeah.
sus of him too.
I think it's Tempest or Belky.
Carlisle was too nice. He dealt with all of the cups. She wasn't poisoned. His blade Well, I
but
suppose we
no,
have
no,
to
no. We don't
actually-
know. She wasn't poisoned. But what I haven't gotten to like my turn yet is that like there's something going on with her body,
I was
and
gonna see if it's
from
Oh, well, then
no.
Just
No,
jump
no.
in and go check that body out.
No, but from what Anthony has told me and not told me is that I am thinking that someone either coded something or put it in her drink, and it's like some sort of like venom, or
We checked. There's no poison.
So what I will say, there's
it's not
no
poison.
So what I will say, just to clarify some things,
It can't be
Cthulhu,
venom.
when you were looking,
That's not what venom is.
Is it kind
Venom is stuff that's injected. Poison is stuff
Shush.
that's coated. Venom, unless it was
No.
like a blade that had like a
animal
hypodermic needle.
extract that is poisonous to people does not count as a poison
That's like
according
saying
to
magma.
Anthony.
That's like
According
saying
to
magma
Anthony.
on top of the ground, and then it
And
becomes
then
lava.
Venomous is something that tries to kill you. Poisonous is something that you try to kill.
I know, but like venom has to be injected from something,
No.
whether it's like a fang or a hypodermic needle.
And somebody
Poison is
think
something that you
it's-
can just toss or inject.
Dancing the line too close to be too relevant to this.
Right.
what
Right.
I
One
will say to
thing-
kind of clear up some confusion, if I were to choose it, if someone put venom directly on a blade and then stuck that into a person, I would think that that would be the same effect as if someone got bit with that venom.
Thank you.
Is what
Would
I
it
would
count
say
as-
and how I would rule it.
Oh, well,
Would it count as poison?
that's what I'm saying. Is that like the definition of what venom is? It's like magma's under the ground. Once magma's on top of the ground, it's lava. It ceases to be magma. Venom is something that's injected.
Right. The way that
So
That's
I
what I'm
kind
saying.
of, the way that
But
I
if
kind
you-
of think, I will clear all this up. The way I'm thinking is
That's
a
why I get
poison
confused.
is created by a person or a whatever for the purpose of
Okay.
killing someone by ingesting of this. I think of a venom as if you took it from a snake, can still kill someone, but it is not made by a person, is my thinking in this game. So, what I'm going to say, to clear this up, Cthulhu, you will also notice in the wound that there are trace amounts of venom, as you're looking at it with the help of June. Just so that that's
blade.
clear. That's how I pictured. So, yes, there is venom in her, which made that happen. So that is just how I'm thinking of it. Is poison would be something created by a person, for at very least in these situations, and venom. If someone used venom from an animal to kill something, if they stabbed it into someone, yes, but it wouldn't be considered a poison.
This is a
Yes.
meta question, but let's say I have a sword that has venom on it and I stab someone. What type of damage is that?
It'd be poisonous damage.
Oh, this is driving me nuts.
So
But it's not. But it's
All I'm
it's
gonna
different
say
than
is that
detecting
don't-
All I'm gonna
poison.
say, don't debate what I just said. Go off exactly
Yeah.
what I just said. The venom
Yeah.
is in her.
There
it is
is
not a
venom.
poison,
Yeah.
which is why it wasn't counted as the detect poison.
Venom.
Alright, so
So, with that knowledge, I'm going to Yazareth. What methods do you use with your blade? Do you coat it in anything? I don't let him know that it's venom was traced or anything.
Of course not. Why would I try to poison someone?
I'm not saying poison. Like, is there venom that you put on it to clean it, to make it shiny?
No, I polish it, but I don't use any sort of venom. I'd be a
Can
coward to
anybody
kill
detect
someone.
venom?
I'm just directly telling all of you. The venom is what is causing all of the green vein stuff.
Fuck.
My head hurts.
Doesn't Tempest have something?
He has
He has
poison.
poison. Which was
According to
detected
who?
by. It was detected
Me.
by
Detected
Cthulhu's
by
spell.
Cthulhu.
Okay.
what do we think the motives are?
I don't think anybody here has a clear-cut
There's
motive.
no we have no
No.
clear motives. None.
Everybody showed up before. The only motive that I thought is that Carlisle wanted this establishment, but he had made no mention of that, and they were friends. Nobody had
So-
any ill will towards Yasorna. Nobody lied about it. The only thing that I'm thinking is that it was just like some random stab job that I don't see any motive. Nobody has
So
a
the
motive.
I feel
one
like people were angry with Yasorna for accommodations and the giving out of food.
Tempest was the only one that was pissed off at Yasorna.
Yeah, and that's only Tempest. But I wasn't Belky angry about something or no?
She
Belky
just
and
didn't eat the
Carlisle
food.
Elka's just snobby.
spoke about how if they're not careful, bad things can happen, and Carlisle said they were talking about Yazareth and Kildred.
And he couldn't lie during that, so yeah.
The one thing I want to say about Carlisle is the last time that I believe Ecclesias had a straight conversation with him, he said something along the lines of it was really unfortunate that that happened to her so quickly. And Anthony acting that out was darting all around when he was saying that, and it seemed very fishy. That's my take on it. Otherwise,
You
I
could say
think
the
that
venom killed her.
Carlisle's been a little bit over the top. He also was the one who was like, yes, I could, lie about this and go about it
Yeah, like the
another way.
half-truths.
Yeah.
He's the one that like mentioned all that.
See, he was also the first one that kind of like ran to the body. Was like, oh no, what totally
Yeah.
happened
I thought about all
here?"
that stuff too, but he was also very docile about it. I mean, like, he was over the top with he did mention that it happened too fast, but then he talked about the half truth. But I also said that. Cthulhu also said that. Like,
I
we all,
agree with that. Yeah, I had that kind of thought as well. But the only other thing is, yeah, he had all the time beforehand with her. And I think that if it was him, he should have used that time, unless he knew. I mean, I guess a counter argument to that would be he would know that people would be showing up here to take shelter, and he couldn't have just killed her then and there to, people to walk in on him with a dead body. Yeah, I think that he's
kill it and then
just
frame it on somebody.
Yeah, I think that.
I will say one thing, just so the focus is taken away from some things that you guys have very well discovered. So, the death of Yasorna was stabbed with something, and when you guys first noted, she did not have that effect. It had taken some time. So the cause of death was whatever stabbed her, and the venom took action after the fact. So cause of death was the stab wound, but it was also carrying some sort of venom.
Carlisle.
So I was with Kildrith, right? I go to Kildrith and I say,
Let's look around the room and see if we find anything that is narrow and fits the description of what we think the weapon was. Besides the
Should we
sword,
ask to look in everyone's belongings?
I think we can ask, certainly.
Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, can we, I don't know why I phrased it like that. We would like to look in your belongings and around the room for anything other than the cane sword or that rapier that would also fit the description of the weapon that created that wound.
Side note, we were blaming Carlisle. I want to point out that the DM said that his sword would have cut on both sides.
Yeah, his sword wouldn't have been able to murder him.
He has the wrong sword.
True.
So he took what's his face's sword. Sorry.
Could it also be a javelin by chance, or no?
No, that'd be
No.
fucking huge.
Yeah.
So
As,
I'm just gonna do one thing at a time, so I don't have to remember
Okay.
it because there's a lot of description. So as you're gonna go through everybody's bag, other than the collective, even Yazareth says you can go through his bag, just don't touch his rapier.
I would still look through our stuff. Obviously you don't have to describe it to us, but just as a show of good faith,
Okay.
I would go through our
Fair
stuff.
enough. You don't find it. Well, I mean, yeah, you don't find anything.
Yeah.
You look through Tempest's bag. There's a journal. If you flip through the journal a little bit, gobbledygook about Theriandwell. If you look through Kildrith's, as Kildrith stands there, hers is really crude. There's some pots and pans that don't look like they've been cleaned very well. Survival tools, stuff like that. And then Belky, hers, it has makeup in it. It has lingerie in it. there's nothing. Mostly, she's a whore. Lazarna, as you look through Lazarna's bag is very plain. It has common clothes in there. No cooking utensils, nothing like that. It's plain. And then you look through Yazareth's, and his is very eclectic, and it definitely looks like he knows his way around a fight. It's almost as if you found an adventurer's traveling bag with hemp rope and a hooded lantern and darts and pitons inside.
How thin are the darts?
No.
No? Okay.
Sorry.
No.
I'm not. It's confusing enough. I'm not throwing another red herring. It's not.
Okay.
No. It doesn't look the
how
same.
sharp is
Thank
how
you
sharp
for
is
your
that rope?
Yeah, pretty sharp.
What about those pittons?
And I will say, you guys have discovered a lot. I know it doesn't feel that way. If you're a little frustrated, it's okay. We'll get through this, and it doesn't need to be solved tonight.
So,
Fuck you.
but
Yes,
nothing.
it
We found
does.
nothing in the bags. Did we not search anyone's stuff?
You searched everyone's stuff.
Okay. And then I would search around the room, see if lying out. It's hard to.
So what I
Say-
will say is you
Yeah.
have noticed that everyone's bag, short of the only thing that stands out is Yezereth's, which is obviously an adventurer's bag, and then Lazarna's, who is the complete opposite, and it looks like somebody took a day bag. Like hers is very stripped and plain of anything for a traveler.
Yasorna.
Yes, and then Belky had similar, but she had some rations and stuff.
Yasorna is the.
No,
Halfling.
Lazarna.
No,
Lazarna.
Lazarna is the halfling. Yeah, Lazarna is the one that had the plain bag.
She's
but
the
there-
halfling with the black lung.
Yeah.
You found no weapon that could lead that.
So my second question would be: is there anywhere where people seem to gravitate towards, other than the center, and other than their beds? And is there anywhere where people avoid, other than the?
Not really. People
center?
do their because it's all kind of happening at the same time while people are looking at shit. They're doing things. So people would probably come over while you're looking at their bag.
Yeah.
So, June, you and your partner, what would you like to look for?
Well, I would like to start by, like I said, like kind of thoroughly inspecting the venom that is overtaking her body. I want to. You said that there is remnants of it in the piercing wound. Would I know of a venom that would potentially that would like have a delayed effect like that? And I would also ask Belky if she knew of anything.
What I will say, and maybe Belky points it out, is you guys within 2 minutes looked at her, right? Everything happened within like 10 minutes, but looked at her, flipped her over, put her on the table, and then immediately covered her. So you would know that it would probably take a little bit of time for that to happen to your entire body. So you, in your head, would think that maybe if her body wasn't covered, you would be seeing it happen.
I would go to Yezereth.
Yes.
May I please see the sheath that your sword is kept in, and
You can see the holder, but it's not. You don't sheath.
the
And-
holder,
Yes.
whatever it is contained
It's
within.
basically a leather strap that holds it to his belt.
Could I put water into this?
You mean on leather? It's not. It's
Not
not like a
on-
pouch. It's not a pouch.
Yep.
It's literally
I know.
like it just holds it like a sling.
I wanted. Oh, so it doesn't go inside anything.
No.
Okay. Because I want to do what we did with the cane sword. So there's no way to do it like what?
Correct.
In
Clever.
that case, then, oh, that's a dead end.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, Ecclesias and I were gonna go outside, try to find somewhere to get beneath.
Okay. Yasorna, not Yasorna, Carlisle says, I'll shut the door behind you. Just let us know when you need back in. It will be locked.
Alright, we'll knock 3 times.
Very well. Knock 4 times. As he undoes all the locks and opens the door and starts billowing into the building as you immediately the cold hits you guys, and even with your magical protections, it's horrible as you guys trudge out into the snow. As behind you, and all 4 locks get locked. As you guys head around back to the cellar, you unlock the door. As you do, it actually takes a bit of force from both of you trying to lift one of the doors as the wind is just blowing over top of it. As you do get it open, and you manage to go underneath. What are you guys looking for?
I'd say spread out and try to find notes or books or symbols to give us any more information on Yasorna. That way you would tie her to a mother to somebody else. Maybe
Also,
she's from...
Maybe look for like a trap door to easy escape down here.
That too, okay.
So I want to look for either things that might indicate she's like not just your sweet little innkeeper that opens this for 3 days a year. Maybe she has an alliance towards something, someone, and anything like that. Yeah.
Okay. So, a couple interesting things. As you look through, it's pretty decrepit down here. Any food or wine storages are gone, food rotted. It's too cold to have any smell, but it's abysmal down here. One thing that you take note, you find a very, very old flag. Looks similar to the current Uthranian flag, but very old. Almost to the point where it's deteriorating. Do you take it?
Should we take this?
I think so. Maybe it could be a keepsake or something, if not evidence.
All right.
Did you find a secret door or anything else?
Oh, there's one spot I want to check. Let me look.
As you look, there is no secret door, but as you both are kind of, combing, what you do notice, as you're hearing everybody talk and you can kind of see the light coming down, you can hear people talking, what you do notice is a pool of blood that's still streaming down, and where the blood's coming through, which was where Yasorna was lying, you notice there is a small metal and wooden contraption that seems to be akin to some sort of crossbow that is aimed straight upwards. As you kind of look over it and then look straight up, you notice where a knot would be in the wood that it's aiming at. As you look upon closer inspection of it, you notice that there is water around the bottom of this weapon or trap, and you see that where the bolt would sit is kind of crystallized and frosted, as well as the wire that would shoot it. And it has obviously been shot,
Yeah. Well, this might have gone off, but that doesn't explain why we could not find a bolt in the body. Well, we can take the flag and explain the contraption to everyone else.
Maybe we look up in the ceiling too to see where if a bolt is expended up there.
It also could be still stuck inside of her body too. Well, this is fucking freezing down here, so I think we got as much as we can get.
Yeah, we have to remember this hole in the ground though.
Yes.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So, as you head back up and you knock 3 times, and he goes, "You forgot the last one," and you knock again. He opens the door,
Shut up, it's cold.
which whips open, and you
Just
guys
shut up, it's
instinctively have to turn around and help him close it. How he closed it alone the first time, the DM just said it did, and then you guys help him relock it. Did you find anything?
One moment, and then I run over to start looking at the ceiling. I'm looking for an expended bolt.
Yeah, it'd be right when you guys walk in, right above the blood, and you're looking.
What the fuck?
There's no bolt. No bolt.
I look
No,
down too.
no hit. Nothing.
What about
Ice bolt.
I roll up my sleeves and I'm like, could it still be inside the wound?
Could what be?
Do you describe what you guys saw down there?
Yeah,
to
Yeah.
everyone?
I'll describe the trap
No,
and I'll
I
toss the
don't.
flag
I'm
on the
leaving
table.
suspense.
All right. So as Ecclesius describes it to everyone,
I further inspect her wound at this point.
there is no weapon inside of her. You
There's,
are as thorough as you possibly could be. There is
Yeah,
no bolt
I am
inside
like
of her.
all up in there, like
Elbow deep.
Macaroni noise.
Fifth Element style, just
yeah.
Yep. Nothing
Was it
in there.
Alar who went through
Um,
everybody's bags?
Yes.
Alar, did you find any sort of bolts that's...
I would presume that the DM would have told me. So,
No, I did not find anything.
I just thought of something though.
Think aloud.
So the contraption below was frosted over, but it's indoors. It's still chilly down there. It's very, very cold. What is something that could maybe lots of perpetual wind could freeze something? Then I look at Tempest.
He looks at you.
Hang on.
I go over. Is the bolt? Is there like a clear hole through the floor?
There's not a clear hole, but coincidentally, where a knot would have been in the plank of wood makes a hole. As you kind of look down, and the light that's peering through, you can kind of see it as the blood's kind of dripping on it.
Would
It's
the
like you
arrow-
guys can't see it as well as they did, but you can see that there is some. They're not lying about the trap.
Yeah. Would an arrow go through or go have that kind of an entry rune at all?
An arrow would be in her body. I'm telling you, there is no arrow in her body.
can I check underneath the table? Underneath the benches
Sure.
of the table?
Yeah,
Underneath
you
the actual
guys
table?
thoroughly check everywhere around, and you do not find any bolt or arrow or metal shard. You do not find a projectile. I just want to be clear that you find no projectile.
Are there, sorry, around her wound area, like, is there, I don't know, like, any remnants of her clothes being, like, frosted or wet from like, I don't know, water
So,
and...
as you look around, the blood is pooled and has been, pouring out of there until the point where it's stopping now. Where it's hard to see anything remnant on the clothes other than blood. As you're kind of looking, you look down. As you're looking at the pool of blood, you do also notice where the cup was sitting, which was also adjacent to her side. You notice next to it there is a small puddle of a liquid, and Ecclesius, as you're looking, as June kind of points it out, it is different than the liquid that was inside the cup.
I'll
Nice
go
arrow.
inspect that.
It is water.
Can I take a look at everybody's reactions to us discovering this new evidence, seeing
Yeah.
if there's anybody that's kind of off put by any of...
Yes, you can. So, just to keep it pretty, because they've been this way. Yazrith, Kildrith, and Tempest, they are dicks. So they look like that.
They look like that.
Carlisle looks stressed, in the sense of he looks stressed. I'm not gonna say in the sense of he's not the killer.
He did it!
He does look stressed and kind of trying to piece it together. Yasorna, again, trying to calm him down, but all kind of gets down there and looks too, and is asking, what does this mean? Who did I forget? Belky is sitting at the table, and I think that is everybody.
think we should. I think I should cast my other spell.
Well, let's hold on a second. Did you guys find anything else other than the trap down in the
I threw the
cellar?
flag on the table.
And Zio,
It's a Nuthranian flag, right?
Zio would be the only one because you studied it. That is the former Uthranian flag before the war.
This is amazing. This is the old flag from before the war. I haven't seen one of these in person. I don't know. Would I have seen one in person? Probably not.
Maybe.
No.
Maybe.
Okay.
How would you know what it
Framed.
looks like if you hadn't seen one in person?
Books.
Picture book.
I studied them.
A book.
Called
I
the
studied the
textbook,
war,
man.
like, yeah, the books.
This was in the basement, so at one point this was Uthranian, and now apparently it's Solarian, so...
This
know we
used to
said
be
this-
part of our territory.
And I know that Taylor said that this was not important, but it might play a part, but...
It might play a part. I did not see the evidence before.
I think the bigger part here is we were the second ones here, correct? Something as complex as this takes time to set up, and we would have seen anybody arrive after us go to the cellar.
We wouldn't have seen anyone arrive before us go to the cellar before they entered.
Exactly.
Is
Right, anyone arrive
Carlisle-
after us go to the cellar? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm looking at Carlisle at the moment.
Is Carlisle Uthranian?
I don't think he said.
I'll look
Are
at
you
Carlisle.
Uthranian?
Yeah.
My-
I'll look
my
at
point
Carlisle.
is
Do you have a
that
token?
He'd be Solarian. I don't. I do. I used to live in Freyas. It was the most recent homestead I've had.
When was the
My-
last time that you were there?
2 months. Not since it was warm.
Guys, my point is that if someone knew that someone was staying here, they could have set it up before they came inside, because you had to go outside. We cannot see outside.
Did you guys find a way to get to the cellar from the inside?
Nope, there is no secret doors to get inside from the inside. To get down there from here. There's not much of importance besides flag and the crossbow. Carlisle,
Yes.
I just want to be like, did you do it?
did you, you've been here a few hours before we arrived. Did you notice any noises downstairs or any others before we showed up?
No, the storm was pretty strong when I arrived. I couldn't hear anything down there. But why am I being accused so much now? Everyone seems to be asking me a lot of questions.
We're asking everybody questions, and at the moment, it seems to be you because you were here first. And if this was here prior to the rest of us arriving, you're the only one that was here
That
at
suspicion
that
makes
moment.
sense.
Can I clarify something really quickly?
Mhm.
It is related, particularly. So, Tempest. And what I have here in my notes is that there was a large wind outside. Then you described Tempest in bed. Then I have wind blows out the fire. So that would imply that Tempest was in bed. I noticed Tempest was in bed when the wind blew out the fire. Yes. And that is that. I don't want to ask, is that correct? But is that a correct description here?
I
That
did describe those words.
They like that in that order. Shit.
I
Well,
said those
I-
things.
That's
I
what
said those things.
actually expunge Tempest, I think. Even though, I'll be honest, I was thinking he would be wind-like, go through the boards, pull the trigger, come up, but
I can't apparate into wind.
Shame.
I don't
It
know
is.
how you
It
work.
really is.
I genuinely don't know how you work, so I don't know.
Not a bobbit.
Bop it.
Does
Pull
anyone
it.
Does anyone feel like we should? I know I'm pressing this, but at this point, I feel like we've gotten so much information that we have new things to ask. I have a spell slot for it, but it's up to you guys.
I feel like
Who would fight the spell? Is it are the same four still out?
I will succumb to your spell. Tempest says, Kildrith, if this gets solved, then fine.
Okay.
And Yazareth, well, I fucked it up the first time, so I don't know what else you're gonna get, but fine.
What does
And
Belky say?
what does Carlisle say?
Yeah, of course, yes, again. Belky says, well, I guess I don't want to be the odd man out.
aren't you a
Say
woman?
what Lazarna would do?
Yeah, she failed the
Okay.
first time. Yeah, I'll do it again.
She just joined. She failed willingly, so. Alrighty, I have everyone's agreement. Collective, what do we think?
I think
Yes,
there's
we need to get to the bottom of this.
Alrighty.
Hmm.
I get everyone in like a nice little circle.
And you cast it again. Alright, timer starts.
This time I do fight it though.
Fuck
Do
you
you
guys.
really?
Yeah.
I
Alright.
did.
What?
Fight it.
I'm gonna.
I did the
Roll.
first time. I just failed.
I'm gonna see if I
Wait,
decide.
Hold up. It's a
Charisma
wisdom
saving.
saving throw.
Charisma saving.
I'll
I rolled
choose
a
to fail.
3.
Nope.
I got a
Yeah, I rolled a
nat
3 too.
20.
Are you guys actually fucking fighting this shit?
No, we just rolling for fun.
God.
Wait, are you guys actually fighting it?
I was, but I failed it.
Charisma saving throw.
Guys, please stop.
Yeah, that's
Alright.
an,
How is anyone
not
gonna
fight.
know
Yeah.
if I fight it?
Alright.
it's a natural 20. No, it's not. It's an 11.
Alrighty,
I
and so
failed.
nobody
June is
fight.
the only one not affected.
Alrighty, I don't fucking take a note to that.
And start.
Did anybody
tell
set
him?
up the crossbow mechanism downstairs?
I found it.
No.
No.
Oh, take my credit.
Yazareth.
We found it.
No, I did not. Kildrith. Of course not. Carlisle. No, I didn't set it up. Belky. Come on, of course I didn't. Lazarna. No, I did not set it up. And Tempest. Of course I didn't.
Does anybody have venom on them? Or
They all say
used
no.
venom recently?
I'll answer the second
Everyone,
question.
everyone failed. Yes,
Yazareth. Yazareth says, no, I have not. It's a coward's way. Kildrith, I prefer the elemental. Carlisle, no? How do you get that? Belky, well, define venom. Lazarna, that's cheeky. She meant no. Lazarna.
I was about to say. She's about to get exiled.
flirting with me, or is she admitting to murder?
Lazarna.
I'm not sure.
No, I have not used any venom recently. In Tempest, come on. Do you think I'd stoop that low?
Did anybody use a blade to kill Yazareth?
Everyone says no.
The fuck?
Because Yazareth is still alive.
Oh shit! I mean Yasorna. Sorry. Did anybody use a blade to kill Yasorna?
No. Everyone.
Well, it isn't a blade that killed her. It was a bolt of some sort.
Did anybody set off the trap to kill Yasorna?
Yazareth. Yeah, there's. No, I was sleeping. Kildrith. No, I was not awake. Carlisle. I was in the best sleep of my life. Belky. He was in the best sleep of his life. Lazarna. No, could she have set it off herself? And Tempest. Well, I was sleeping, and apparently I blew out the chimney.
Was anyone up when Yasorna was also up, other than me?
I was at deep sleep.
Yazareth, I was unconscious. Kildrith, no. Carlisle, no, I was in the best sleep of my life. Belky, I was watching him. Lizarna, I was having trouble sleeping. Tempest, I was out.
Did Belky just say she was awake?
Yeah, she was watching Carlisle sleep.
So did Lizarna.
Mm-hmm.
What would be your motive to kill the innkeeper?
Yazrith, I don't have any will to kill her. Want to kill her. Kildrith, I guess if I wanted this place for myself. Carlisle, well, no reason, I guess. Unless, I mean, I think she was a widow. Belky, well, only if she asked for it. Lizarna, I mean, I wouldn't have any want to kill her. Tempest, I do not kill those who are beneath me.
Did anybody kill her for somebody else?
Again, sorry. Yazrith.
I don't think they're just gonna say, "Yeah, I killed her." We would have been done hours
No,
ago.
I'm listening. I'm listening to
Yazrith.
the answers too.
No, I kill my foes. Kildrith, I am too brute. Carlisle, I mean, I would do it myself. What was your exact question? I'm stopping it.
I said, would anybody have killed her for somebody else?
Oh, for somebody else. Carlisle says, no, I would have killed her for me. Belky, I mean, if someone else... Well, no, if she paid me to, I guess that's somebody else. Lizarna, no, I'd kill for my own needs. And Tempest, again, I won't kill who those are below me.
I'm sorry. Who were the two that were up? It was
Belky
and Lizarna.
and Lizarna.
Was anybody trying to kill somebody other than Yasorna last night actively?
They all say no. Well, Yazrith goes, I was thinking about killing her. And Kildrith, ditto.
Is this all of your first times here? This just seems to be a common sanctuary for Fell Night. Is this everybody's first time here?
Yazrith, yes, unfortunately. Kildrith, I've never been here before. Carlisle, no, I think I've passed through Yaras, but not in this building. Belky, no, never be caught dead. Lizarna, yes, I stayed here last Fell Night. Tempest, no, I live very far away.
Belky, did Yasorna pay you to kill her?
No, I would have said it by now. I wouldn't be guilty. She paid me if that would be the case.
Did she pay you
Lizarna.
at all?
No.
Were you talking with her at the table watching Carlisle?
I don't remember.
So, what I think is that she killed herself. But, well, Carlisle was here before. Carlisle, did you have any sort of relationship with Yasorna?
I mean, I was hoping to have more than what we had.
And
The only one that's been in this establishment before is Lizarna. Lizarna, what happened last year when you were here? Did you have any ill will or bad experiences while you were in Yasorna's establishment?
No. Fortunately, the opposite. It was pretty jubilant. Actually, a pretty colorful band of people similar to all of us. There was more music, though. I think there was somebody who brought a lute.
so you were awake in your bed.
Yes, I was tossing and turning.
Sorry to hear that.
And Belky, well, of course, he's cute.
Belky, you were in your bed, Belky.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
How the fuck did Yasorna get to the table?
I imagine
Where
she
was
walked.
where was the last time that you saw her, Alar?
Yeah, I would have seen her in her bed. Yeah?
Well, last time you saw her, but your back was also to all of them when you were sitting in the chair. Convenient.
You bastard.
Does
So
anybody know
convenient.
how to manipulate water to become almost an ice bolt, would you say?
Yazrith, I am not with the Arcane. Kildrith, I think I've studied that before with the storms. Carlisle, no, but you could get one outside. Belky, I've played with water before. Yasorna, no, I don't study magic. And Tempest, I'm sure I could if I tried.
Did anybody go grab a icicle from outside and load it into the crossbow?
They all say no.
Fuck me.
The only thing we're basically asking confession questions again. It's like we're basically asking the same question
Then what you
over and
got?
over.
I did stop it. I'll give you guys a little bit to think of some questions.
Thank you.
Who was the other people that could shape change? Belky can do it.
Belky
Was
can
it
shape
Yaz-
change. I think Yazrith can make himself look.
Yeah.
And Carlisle said he could put on a good show. The only person that could like truly shape change was Belky.
Quick, what is everyone's name? True name.
Yazrith, Kildrith. They all say their name.
Ah, fuck me.
Just to save time on your guys' spell.
Belky. Or
Yes.
anyone.
Steven.
Was anyone awake while were Belky and Yasorna the only two that awoke in the night?
Yes. Yeah, you already know that. They're the only two that.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, I
obviously
wanted to
Yasorna, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yasorna, yeah.
Well, Berkey, if you were watching Carlisle and he did not move, and you did not move either, then it could not have been Carlisle, or you would have seen him move. Yasorna, you said you had trouble sleeping. Did you hear any footsteps or hear anything else?
Yes, I guess I heard the what you said, thud.
Yeah. Did either of you... What did you do? Hang on. Were either of you awake when I lit the fire back up?
You talking to? Sorry, I'll stop it. You talking to Belky and Yasorna?
Yeah.
Belky? No, I was asleep. Yasorna? Yeah, I think so.
Why did you not wake up?
There's a
The fire went
storm.
out,
I didn't take notice of it.
And you didn't react. Why did you not react to the thud?
It's just a thud. There's a blizzard.
Are all of you in your true form and not shapeshift right now?
They all say yes.
So I know the spell. Did everybody agree or fail?
Everyone agreed to do it, right?
Everybody chose to fail.
Okay.
How many of you heard the thud of Yasorna falling to the ground?
Just me, I guess.
That's Belky.
And me, of course, I should say.
Can we do a
Who's it?
pause in the time and meta talk real quick?
Yep.
Yes,
I'll let
please.
you guys know you got 10 seconds.
Oh,
On the spell?
question.
So we have one
Like,
question left. Is
Belky
anybody?
is involved?
Is
If you guys,
any-
if
is
you guys would
anybody's-
like to meta talk, go ahead.
Okay.
That's what I was asking. Has anybody's suspicions changed at all? Does anybody feel more confident at
I don't
all
think it's
towards one
Tempest
person
now.
or other?
I don't think it's Tempest either. I think that
Yeah.
he accidentally blew out the fire, and now I'm just kind of thinking,
Carlisle. Carlisle or Lasorin?
But we
It's
asked
all you.
such specific questions to
God
say,
damn it.
like,
It's
did
on
your
that-
weapon or did
that one.
you kill? And both of them were like, no. Did you
If,
use
like-
a weapon? Everyone said no.
For
there's
some
always
reason,
going to be a way to lie around
Yeah.
that, though.
Yeah.
we need
But
to
that's why
figure
we
out-
gotta stop it.
I'll let you guys know, just to give out a little bit of a olive branch.
Gracious DM.
So
Thank you.
yes, obviously it not only the killer, but probably other people, if they wanted to, when they were lying, how they answered it around it would have been weird. So it's not like
Right.
it, you know, like let's say Jezza is the one that killed him, and it's like, hey, did you kill him? Why would I kill him? Or, you know, it's like, did you use a weapon? No, I didn't use a weapon. You know, like, you know, well, because it's a trap, you know, so
Yeah.
those
And that's
were
why.
the things
And then I
we
asked,
picked
did
up on.
people? And then I said, did anybody use the trap? And everyone said no.
I'm almost
like-
as convinced that nobody here did
suicide.
it, and we're all being framed for something bigger than just this random innkeeper being killed. Like that's about as convinced as I am at the
The only
moment.
person I think might be involved is Belky. At the same time, I feel like
Well,
this
Carl,
is some
sorry.
weird self-sacrifice shit, but I
Right.
don't know why. Like,
Well, Carlisle said, like, whenever I said, did anybody, does anybody have venom? Instead of saying no, he's like, how do you get that?
That and Belky has also said several times, like, why would I kill her? And
Yeah. They Carlisle and Belkley have both kind of done what Anthony mentioned, where they
Dodge the
like
question.
answer
Rephrase
a
it.
question. Yeah, they answer a question with a question.
that being said, I think
am
that
gonna
Carlisle.
say, just so like pieces aren't missed, Yasorna has done, or not Yasorna, fuck, Lizarna has done that too.
That's and that's
Lasagna, okay.
DM read my mind. That like Lizarna was not originally on my radar, but she 100% is now. I don't know why,
So
but
I
I
think
feel like someone in chat also thinks it's her too.
when
but,
we
like,
go to
Fucking Omerta.
motives,
but there's like something. There's something.
Yeah, when we
She's a
said
little
motives,
halfling.
well, think about it. If speaking of motives, if she's been here before, she knows how much kind of or how consistent at least business can be. Granted, we haven't paid a thing, so
Business.
yeah,
But-
exactly. She had a good time here. Maybe she wants it for herself.
Yeah.
She, you know, that could be her motive, if anything.
I think there's a love interest between Carlisle, and then Carlisle did something with Belky, and then that girl saw it. The innkeeper saw it.
Oh, what if Belky is jelly of Carlisle's interest in Yasorna?
no.
Yeah.
But they never met each other before.
But
If-
That's what they
Carlisle mentioned straight
Like,
up that he
Carlisle looks
wished
like
that
his
more
wealth.
would happen. No,
Yes.
Carlisle straight up wanted a more of a relationship with Yasorna.
That
Yep.
is true, yeah.
That's what.
And
Carlisle.
Belky has mentioned like 10 times how she stayed up all night staring at his ass. Like,
He's cute.
Carlisle
And literally his ass.
Bel- did a thing, and then Yasorna killed herself over it.
I don't think she killed herself because I think
there's
Hell
like
of
a
a way
slight
to-
part of me that like thinks that might be it, but also
Why
I
would
feel like
Yasorna
why
be
would
so
you set up a
connected?
why would you set up a murder mystery if the murderer was the murdery? I'm just saying.
first place.
It was no one. She did it herself.
Yeah, that'd be a fucking good twist.
Okay,
I would
but
And Anthony is staring at the screen like, "Fuck, I should have done that."
no, but
If that was the case, that Belky killed Yasorna because she
want her
like,
man.
I know, but that seems like a good motive. But Carlisle and Belky have we've already asked them if they've ever met each other before. If anybody knew each other before this, and nobody knew each other besides Yazareth and Lizarna.
Yeah.
Like nobody else knew anybody else. So Belky
But-
has never
What
seen
if-
Carlisle until
Just-
what? I can't even finish.
No, go ahead.
What? No, there's
No,
two
you
other
can't.
points. But like, I'm just trying not because like it does sound convincing, but to set up that trap while we were here, like nobody else saw anybody walk around. There was no footprints besides that went to the cellar. It does sound convincing, but I don't think it's convincing enough to just say Belky did it because she was jelly.
Did we properly search the floorboards for entrance?
ways
Yeah,
to
we
get
did.
into
No.
the cellar.
Just the cellar door.
Well, this is
just
my
to kind
theory
of
as
throw
well. Sorry.
throw a caveat out there is maybe Belky didn't show up here before as Belky. She showed up as somebody else because she can change her looks.
But they all were truthful when we asked if everybody's been here before. They all said no.
Right, but
Besides
in her mind,
Lazarna.
Lazarna.
in her mind, she was Selkie, and then
But-
this time she's Belky.
Yeah.
The only reason why I'm trying not to
She's like,
split
no,
that
I
in
haven't
half-
been here as
Sorry.
myself.
Right, but the only reason why I'm trying not to split that much is because then literally every single answer from everybody could potentially just be a waste of our time with the Zone of Truth.
Red
thing.
herrings.
I think
Like-
that's the whole point of this zone truth thing is that
Anthony's punishing us.
Is that it's
Any
basically a
question-
useless spell.
yeah.
I will say, and obviously it's more obvious to me because I know it. I'm not being like, how have you get it? But I
Yeah.
have laid out clues in the murderer's answers. But obviously, I'm like, did you kill him? Fuck!
I did.
Right, so otherwise, what's the point of the murder mystery?
This isn't Cornelio.
Well, the only reason why I'm saying like them convincing like if I actually wasn't here, I was somebody else when I was here last, or I didn't kill them, the sword killed them. Like we can get super weedy with it,
I
and
know, that's the problem.
I'm just trying not to entertain it too much. That
Well, here I'm kind of on the side that I think
and everybody
Belky-
failed too.
Yeah, I think Belky is jealous because she sees Carlisle, and Carlisle looks like a man of wealth. And maybe she's done being a prostitute, and maybe she's done wanting to work on the streets. And so she's like, I want a man with money, and Carlisle's not a bad-looking dude. And so as soon as he shows interest in
That is like balding
the
and chubby.
innkeeper,
That's all I
as soon as
picture.
as soon as she's like
she's a gold digger.
as soon as sees the interest in between them two, she gets really jealous.
And
and-
preempt
and then
I
goes
retroactively
into
also
set the
trap.
have a
and-
weird feeling that it's Lazarna.
Well, the
though.
thing is what other abilities does
Yeah.
she have? Because she has a necklace that can change. Maybe she's into, because she didn't, when we asked her about, she was the one that was like, I don't know about like
It's-
magic. She didn't say she
that-
wasn't connected to the arcane.
I wonder if Lazarna knows that she has like lung rot, and I wonder if Lazarna has
Yeah.
anything to do with that, and that's why Lazarna, who has been here before, shot her in the
I
lung
offered to
pretty
help her.
much.
I offered to take away her disease.
That wouldn't change somebody's revenge over the course of a year if she got like lung rot a year ago. So like maybe that'd be that might be another line of questioning to ask her if she's aware of it, and maybe more details as to what happened when she was here last time. Because so far the only person that would have had time to set up a trap is Carlisle. But if we're thinking that he's just the sugar daddy between two mamas, and we're wiping his name away, then the only person that I think is a suspect right now is Lazarna, because she's been here before, knows the place, knows Yasorna, and could have
Could've
potentially
scoped out the
set that
bottom.
up.
Yeah.
And she also mentioned she knows something about doing ice stuff.
She mentioned like something about like I'm sure I could
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm sure
like
I
she
could
said, I'm
figure
sure I
it
could.
out or
Right.
something like that.
Who's that you guys were talking about with the figure?
Lazarna and Yaras said something similar, but ultimately both of them said they could do it.
with enough time or something. Yeah.
So we only have one question left with the Zone of Truth. Do we want? What do we think we should ask somebody?
I'm very curious as to why
Well,
Lazarna was
Sorry.
up.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
But Lazarna
she
also
did it.
said that the last time she was there, it was really joyful and she had a good time.
Which
Yeah.
could have been the fact, but maybe she smoked too much pipe and got the black lung, and now she blames Yasorna because it happened at her place.
I think that's a bit of a stretch. If
I don't
anything, she had a
know.
good time and wants the place as her own now. You know.
Yeah.
But like, what's
But-
the benefit of having this fucking cold ass inn? What is
And
the
you're only
benefit?
getting-
That's only open 3 days out of the
3
year.
days.
I don't think it's only open 3 days out of the year.
It
It's
is only
just-
open
It's
3 days.
only
Yeah,
open
that's what
3
we're
days out
told.
of the year. It's only open during
It's only
Nightfall
open
because
yeah,
she
it's only
doesn't
open
live
during
here.
Fell Night.
Fell Night, sorry.
Night fell night. How dare?
I know, right? So it's only open 3 days a year, so it can't.
Yeah, it's not like
maybe
profitable.
maybe she liked it so much that she just wants it.
Or there's something.
She wants to relive those 3 nights that she spent a year
So-
ago.
Yeah.
Chad actually just
Over
put
and
in a
over.
good option.
She
for
wants. She wants to
questions.
stay here all year round.
I will give a little bit of a hint to the two of
Thank
you
you.
that went to the cellar. You remember how hard it was to open?
That halfling.
Well,
cat.
everything was hard to open with the wind.
I think one of them by themselves
During
were
Fell
able
Night,
to
there
do
are
it.
heavy blizzards, so
It would take 2.
It would not be easy for, if you want to go
One
that
person
way,
to do it.
mainly being
Big clue. So if it took
if
two
it was
people,
during Fell Night, one person could have not done it. If it was not during Fell Night, one person
Okay.
could have opened it.
so here's what I'm thinking. If it was during Fell Night, this drow that just happened to come out of the bottom of a mountain who's looking for an item, but with the only thing is we didn't find like any sort of special item yet that like Yasorna had. So if it takes 2 people to open this thing, besides Tempest, Yasorna or Lazarna and Yazareth were the last ones in. Besides Tempest. Tempest was the very last person in. So if it took 2 people to open it up during Fell Night, there's a potential that Yazareth and Lazarna worked together to open up and set it up, and that's why they like met up and were helping each other. But I still don't.
So what if the gust
Did the
of
drow
wind?
actually walk in with the rapier? Sorry. Did he
You're good.
walk in with the rapier?
Yeah, he still had
Oh
it
yeah,
on
he
belt.
had it on him. Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I thought maybe he didn't walk in with rapier.
Oh, the door was behind me as well, correct?
So you know nobody left that door.
Oh, okay. Because what I was gonna say is that
The door
opened.
whipped open.
Well, I was gonna say the door whipped open. The wind came in, hit out the fire. While the fire was out, they were able to get into the cellar, pull the trigger, come back out, come back in. Blah, blah,
Or
blah,
there's
blah.
a mechanism
that
in
actually might
the
be-
inn.
That actually might be important. So the whole timeline of, the fire going out to you getting it relit and rediscovering was probably about a minute to 2. You would know, just to help you guys out, so because there's already a lot of red herrings and stuff, you would know nobody would have time or enough stealth to open that door, get down there, unlock it with the keys that were in the pantry, and go in. Remember, it was locked, and you guys found the keys.
So somebody set it up.
Somebody set it up, and somebody got up and triggered it.
Who? What's in the pantry?
So now we have 2 people.
We don't.
Food
We don't
and
even have
stuff.
we don't
Food
even
and stuff.
we don't even have
So-
a firm suspect on
I'll
one.
ask you all a question. There are a couple pieces that I've just recently given that could lead to a hint. Do you want me to piece them together to help you a little bit?
I have one thing. The keys were in the pantry, so someone had to have been by the pantry in order to put the keys there. Who helped her hand out the cups? Didn't Carlisle help hand out the cups?
Carlisle
Didn't
collected
he-
them.
Carlisle collected
and
them.
put them back.
He put them back in the
collected them and
pantry.
put them by the pan. Not like in the
But that was
in the
late at night,
kitchen
though.
area. Kitchen area.
So,
So-
Who went out to go get wood? It was
No.
Carlisle.
Alar.
And
Did Carlisle ever spill out? No, that's what I thought.
Just a quick point of clarification. While they're down there checking on this trap, did they find how this trap would have been triggered? Was it made so that somebody would have to have been down there
I
pulling the trigger?
didn't describe
or-
it. It's not going to be too like, oh fuck, now we know. But
Yeah.
you guys would have noticed that there was a sigil on it that's burned. Ecclesias, you would know that sometimes when things are arcanely enchanted to work with this kind of enchantment, once they're used, this burn happens. So it's like a one and done. So some trigger happened to make it go off, and now it doesn't work.
Magically.
Would that be like a certain level of, because there's that I forgot who it was, the person that teleported here on an accident.
It'd be
Tempest.
enchantment.
Tempest.
That was Tempest who tried to teleport here.
Yeah.
Well, he tried to
Yeah.
teleport somewhere else and ended up here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
no.
So he's magically inclined.
I think
We all
So
are.
is,
Remember,
I think a lot of people.
You
But
still
at
have
that
a
level.
question. I don't know if you guys want to do that and then continue talking. You have one question.
I'm just saying it because, well, actually, this is a meta, so Ur didn't want to know this, but
What?
Eddie does.
We'll say.
Why
it.
don't we?
It's just the teleportation's a pretty high level spell.
Yeah.
But he has
It's
an item.
But he also
to do
fucked it up.
I
And he
think
has
he has an
different
item to use it, so he has an item that can help him teleport. So I think he's not a high level. I think he just has an item that goes, okay.
When you have an item that's from a place, it makes it better, easier to land in that exact spot.
I don't think we need to get into the weeds of his teleportation.
Because there's also the fact that somebody saw Yazareth like muttering, which is like.
Why don't we ask Yazareth? Do you know who killed her? Somebody knows. And Yazareth has partied with somebody that's been here before.
You mean Lazarna?
We could say that for
Do you
everyone.
want to just ask the whole crew?
Yeah, I was
Just
gonna say
one
we
person?
asked
Not
everybody.
the whole
who,
crew.
how she? No, everyone
No,
knows.
we
No,
all
do
know
you
how she
do
died.
you know who very specifically?
Yeah.
Do you know who killed her?
Just to the whole
Um,
group then, instead of one
I know.
person to...
Yeah, I know that's
Yeah.
basically the same thing as did you kill her? Did you kill her? Did you kill her? But
Yes, that's what
Yes.
I'm down for that question.
Yep.
Alright, you gotta...
I-
Alright. Are you asking that question or are you just pulling the
That's
trigger on
the
that
question.
one? Okay.
Or
Yeah, I-
You ask everyone, do you know who killed her? Yazareth, I do not. Kildrith, no, but I suspect him. Carlisle, no, I don't know who killed her. Belky, no, I'm not too sure. Lazarna, I can only guess. And Tempest, no, I was asleep.
So, okay, back
Alright,
to meta
spell
talk.
is over.
Zarna,
Meta talk.
I have two questions.
Yes.
One, what is your
How dare
magical
you.
item?
What school was it again?
It was abjuration.
What is aberration again?
protection.
Yes, it is a circlet that I have right here.
Makes me young.
It's on. No, it's an armband. And she's like, it helps protect against certain ailments.
You walk in with that.
What was? Oh, why did you say you can only guess who killed her?
Well, I mean, that's just. I thought we were trying to get to the bottom of it.
Who'd you guess?
I would guess Yazareth. Sorry, Yazareth.
Didn't you come in with that Yazareth though? Why would you
Yes,
guess the person that you were traveling with?
I mean, I only have been with him for about a day. It's not like we are traveling partners.
How do you
Why?
feel about this Yazareth? Yazareth?
And he goes, I don't care about the opinion of a small one.
Yazareth, what did Lazarna tell you about the place before you arrived here?
She told me it was protection and that there may be more people here.
This bitch did it.
I know, that's what I think too.
Cthulhu, or Cade rather, did you tell everybody about Lazarna's lung infection? I know you talked to her about it, but did you tell anybody else about
no,
it?
He didn't. He
did
didn't
not.
tell us.
Hey guys,
Just outer right here. Hey, just before I close this, is there any other magical items you didn't ask about, Nick?
All right. So I
just do a quick
the
rundown.
drow has the evocation. That's the red ring. Red
Red
ring. Zarna has abjuration, which
Abjuration,
is the
yeah, Belky has illusion, conjuration was the dude, and then
Who's got
all I got.
enchantment?
no one.
Tempest. I thought Tempest had enchantment.
No,
No, he's got evic.
conjuration.
No, conjuration.
Makes
It
it
was-
appear. Tell
No
me,
one
Nick.
has enchantment.
Oh, that's right.
I don't
Good.
think I don't remember anyone else that I'm missing there.
Is there? Wait, divinate.
He
Divination?
nearly said divination, and then he switched it.
Okay, never mind. Fuck.
Yeah, I think those pieces that you wanted to put together, now would be a good time to put those.
Yeah.
I think.
What are the three pieces? Gracious DM.
Oh, me.
What are the
Oh,
three?
sorry.
Yeah.
So,
What are the three
I'm not
pieces
piecing
that
this
we
together.
have
So
that
the
we're
pieces
not?
to be put together. You two went out there, and it took both of you to do it. And you know that the keys were locked. The keys have not moved since you all were here, and you guys were the first one other than Carlisle. You guys have wrote out that Carlisle set it up because even though he was here, you guys ruled that out. So that leaves that somebody had to set it up before Fell Night. So someone set it up before everyone got here.
Only person that was here before everyone.
My
was
point being
Lupano.
is someone went in the cellar before everyone got here because one person would not have been able to open it in the 12 hours you guys have been here. And the Yasorna and Yasoreth didn't have the key to open it, which was inside, and they arrived last.
I genuinely think
supposedly,
that
but
the innkeeper set it up.
I'm telling you that. I am telling you that somebody before Fell Night had to set that up.
And I'm saying that was the innkeeper.
did anyone say that they did everyone say where they were traveling from, or like how they ended up here?
Well, not.
Some
no-
people ask.
Yeah,
you have asked it generically, and people say, from the north, from here. But you have not specifically asked people why they are traveling.
Yeah, we did. Yaras was traveling, or Yaras, that's a fucking town. Yazareth was traveling south because he was looking for an item.
Right, that's one.
With Lazarn, she just said that she was also traveling south for no particular reason. Belky said
Sorry, go ahead.
Belky said that she was leaving Yaras, again for no particular reason. Tempest said he was trying to teleport all the way west and just ended up here.
Belky did say she's going home. She's going back to Freya's. Which is why she didn't know about the usurping. She's heading home.
All right, she's going back to Freya. So basically, everybody's traveling this way. Everybody's traveling either south or west.
Correct.
Which doesn't really narrow anything down. We have to figure out why they're traveling.
Out of those, out of those people, the only person that told you specifically why they are in this location is Yazareth. Belky also said she's going home. Tempest,
where was she
not
before
supposed
she
to be
wanted
here.
to go home?
She'll answer. I was in Phrase. Sorry. Uthran. Sorry, Uthran.
I want to ask Lazarna.
Lasagna.
I want to ask Lasagna. Were you you said you've only been traveling with Yazareth about a day. Where were you before you met him? Have you been in Yaras prior to Fell Night?
Other than last year, no, I haven't. I, found him on our travels, and we headed here because I knew of it.
So, Lazarna, you said, how long have you been on the road?
Probably. I was traveling south, and a good couple weeks to probably a couple enneads to an entire month now. I haven't been in a town in some time.
And yet you managed to survive enneads with the few sparse things in your pack.
Well, I can scavenge very well. My people are known to be able to survive in the wilds.
Just seems odd.
She's a halfling, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would I know that halflings are known for, wilderness or no?
Halflings are, pretty good on their feet. But to what extent of, if you drop them in the middle of a frigid wasteland, how well they can do, you're not too sure. But you know that halflings are more inclined to do it than humans, but it's not like it's staggering. Like, Yeah, they're built to, survive harsh environments.
Or tough.
Yeah.
Yazara, how far away did you meet Lazarna from here?
About a day, I guess.
A day.
Which direction
8
was
hours,
she
right?
coming when you met her? Yeah.
I don't remember. What direction were you coming? Well, I was kind of south. It would have been southeast.
Like you were heading south or you were coming from the south?
I was heading southeast, so from the north.
So from here.
No.
From northwest of here.
So if you were both traveling in the same direction, how did you just happen to run into each other on the road?
Well, I was searching for what would the word be, a hamlet? That I believed to be in the area. And I did not know of the customs of this fell knight. And she stumbled upon me and let me know what was about to happen. And recommended that we head here.
I had a good question for Lazorna, and I forgot it.
Well, way to go. That's how you figured out
Yeah.
the whole thing.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude.
So
Oh, I got it. Lazorna, do you possess any magical capabilities?
Well, us halflings, we are a little aptitude to it. Yes?
Okay, what kind of magic stuffs can you do?
Well, I can make, I don't know what little whiz poppers or, party tricks mostly.
When you said earlier you could make something out of ice, what did you mean by that?
What kind of party trick is that?
Well, it's not a party trick, but I'm sure that I could, manifest some way to create, ice.
June is like biting her tongue right now.
Why? Say stuff.
Why?
Because I want to be like, you mean like this? And ray across the wall. But I'm not gonna.
So we're gonna be
yeah,
like, you did it!
Make me look suspicious.
Why did you freeze the crossbow downstairs?
What? I didn't freeze a crossbow downstairs.
Okay, that was a test.
You're cleared.
When
It's not
Uridan
us, it is gone.
says that, though, can I look around and look at reactions to the mention of the crossbow downstairs?
Everybody is kind of just right onto Yasorna, or Lazarna. Anthony, make names different next time.
I was just about to say.
Mike, Greg, Lily, Sally.
Yeah.
Fucking damn it.
That's
Yeah,
not a
they
name.
are all
Like,
pretty
I
glued
feel-
to her, and she's like kind of.
I feel like it's hard, but I don't have the proof.
I think it's definitely her.
How did everybody react when Uridan and I decided I mean, I wouldn't know, but I'm like asking on behalf of somebody else.
Yeah.
I would have looked.
Sure.
How
We'll
did
say that
every-
you guys take note. Carlisle, he was out there before, didn't take much interest. Tempest doesn't give a fuck about any of you. Kildrith and Yazareth are kind of locked into each other almost all the time. Or Yazareth is giving disgusting passing glances to all of you. And Belky was staring at her tits, and Lazarna would have taken note, and she went to go help close the door, but then Carlisle said that he got it.
So perhaps Lazarna decided it was gonna like lock the door behind us and not let us back in, and Carlisle's like, "No, I got this." I don't know. I feel like it's Lazarna, but I don't even know like where. We can't just be like, "It's you," and then she asks, "Well, how do you know?" And then we're like, "We don't."
Get the fuck out.
Could just kill her, and if somebody dies tomorrow night, then we know we got it wrong.
What is this, Among Us?
Yeah. Well, this is
Yeah.
Anthony's turning this into a murder hobo career.
You've been voted off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
can we just
Hey,
can we go
remember
back
those
to
people
our
you saved in the fishing hut? Well, fuck you guys.
now
can we
we
go
just
back
go
to
on a
our
murder
old
spree.
ways and just kill everyone and say
I was about to say, let's just kick
we
everyone out.
did
I'm
do it.
tempted.
Our house.
My old ways are killing half orcs. We don't want to do that.
You're a slut, and I'm gonna put you in winter.
He's not.
I have
Loki.
500. I have 490 gold pieces, 8 election pieces, and 12 copper pieces to whoever tells me who killed her.
I'll tell you a name just because I want the gold. Fuck.
Do you
I
actually
just
say
Urden,
that?
this is not
Do you
for
actually
you.
say that?
I
Theseus?
don't actually say that. I say that. Well, I'll rephrase it this way.
I have 200 gold pieces. If anybody knows anything about something that they're not telling us, it is yours.
Lazarna speaks. His rapier fits the bill. It's the same size. Why? And it was freshly cleaned. He probably tried to hide the blood from it. Why don't we believe it him?
Because it wasn't. Why are you accusing Yazareth? First of all, we've already determined that it wasn't a sword. That was a crossbow bolt made by ice. Ice that you can manipulate.
I didn't say I can manipulate it. I might be able to. But, and we didn't decide that. That was just hearsay that... Hold on, Anthony needs to collect his thoughts.
It's
Why are
Maybe
you
it was
smiling while
both
you
of
say
them.
this, Lazan?
Why are
I
you
need
holding
to
the
actually...
phone up?
Alright.
You
What is that
lose
device in your hand? Put down the gun.
He
Shut up.
stabbed her.
the gun.
And the bolt went through to kill her.
Alright.
That's dark.
There'd be 2 holes.
You said that it could be
No.
an ice bolt, but we didn't say for sure it was. And his rapier is the exact same size.
If you want to know what I think, Lazan, is that you took advantage of poor Yazareth, a drow that's already misunderstood and racisted upon by the surface-dwelling creatures of Falbian. So I feel like you're trying to lure him here, saying that you can help, only to pin murder on the stinking drow.
Why would I want to do that? I have never known this man, and I have nothing against his race.
Because
Yes,
it's an
but that-
easy pen.
Exactly, because drow are frowned upon.
Well, maybe
And
it's
no
an
one
easy pin
no
because
one
he
would
did
look
it.
at the halfling.
I thought there was more to that.
Nope.
Maybe it seems obvious because it's the answer. Just because
Is
something's
she-
Just 'cause
I want to
something
like
is
what is she
obvious.
doing right now?
Everything I've been doing is what she's been doing.
Okay.
Lazan, I think
he
that it's
fits
you.
a bill. Maybe it's him.
Why did she scratch her beard?
Yeah.
Her beard's
Um,
nervous.
Then
Shit itchy.
Why did she scratch her beard?
I'll address the rest of the other party and say, does anyone kind of agree with us at this point?
Carlisle. Well, I don't think it's Alar anymore. And everything you're saying is making sense. Tempest
I think we
goes-
need a
Tempest
yes or
says,
no on this.
Tempest, I don't care. It was not me.
Tempest, just go.
And Tempest
you're not,
with your
You're not helping.
here, I have
Yazareth.
I have a response for Tempest. Tempest, if you are so much better than the rest of us, then you should know who did it.
You should be
Who
able
do
to figure
you
this out
think it
easily.
was?
Oh,
Well, the
smooth
DM's
brain
gonna
idiot.
take the bait and say it was Yazareth.
Gimme.
All right. Well,
I
as
have
he
a quote.
goes into his Benedict Cumberbatch Sherlock Holmes impression, and he
Yes,
starts.
please.
Well, if you see that, if you want to know my opinion, I don't. Obviously, it wasn't me. The lizard doesn't seem like she has a stake in this. Carlisle seems a little too distraught at something bigger than just this murder. Belky is a whore, so it could be her.
And she's just like looking at her tits.
Yazareth has been gruff but very upcoming with what he has told you, as well as he did show you what weapon it would be. However, clean seems odd. So, if you're wanting me to confirm your suspicion, I cannot do that for you, but everything you've pointed out about this little woman does make sense.
Has anyone heard Yasorna talk about Lazorn? Has anyone heard the innkeeper talk about the halfling?
Everyone says no.
I don't need names. I don't like names. They
Everyone
don't
says
suit me.
no. And Yasorna speaks up. I do not appreciate this incredible insult that you give me. I didn't care before, but are you really trying to frame me? She goes, no, I'm not trying to frame you. I just think you did it.
What did she say to convince you that she can help when she is obviously so helpless? Look at her. She has pots and pans. She can do wheeze poppers. She
Doesn't even
can.
have any of that. Yeah.
He has like.
I'm just saying that because that was a
nothing.
point of note. In her bag, she didn't have pots or pans or rations or anything.
Oh,
And he
It's
does.
like
He does
she
answer. He
can-
does answer your
Well,
question though.
yeah. So I just basically say that she's too shit and can't do anything.
He goes.
I was trying to provoke her into saying that she did something.
That's a good point. The only help she gave me was saying that this place was here.
You are her scapegoat.
The only thing, and I get really close to Lazarn, and I like crouch down, and I get real crazy eyes.
And she like averts your look.
No, you look at me.
No.
And then I just joke her, look at me.
Why would you take the life of her? You can speak.
I love this music.
It is great.
I know.
Give it to us, Anthony.
Are we rolling
Alright,
initiative?
so, what I will say,
I will fuck this halfling up.
because it's gonna be your, because it's gonna be all of your decisions, and the other people don't have a say. Show of hands, who is putting money on it is her.
I'm gonna.
My hands up.
I'm casting a dissonant whisper spell on her. I think it's her.
Cthulhu
Jay, I can't see your hand.
doesn't. Alar.
I just
I know.
I am really torn too, but like I feel like I have to make a decision. We've been at this, like we've
All right. So what I will say,
done the research.
It is
we are
her.
coming towards the end of this session, whether you solve it or not. So,
Is the cliffhanger gonna be like, and it's gonna be revealed next week?
Don't.
So,
Do not
my-
do that. Do not do that.
my question to all of you is: do you want me to proceed with the guilt that some of you are giving, but some of you are against? So you guys are 4-2 right now, or would you guys rather have all of the party unanimous and continue?
5-1. I put my hand up. No.
I just don't know. Like it's like
Strip
she's
her naked and
guilty
send her
of
outside.
something. She's guilty as fuck of something, but is it murder? Right? Like there's different levels of murder. There's
Murder.
first degree, second degree, manslaughter.
No, there's not. That's America.
I would
Yeah,
like
that's
an answer.
American. That's
I would
that's
like an
American
answer.
This is
law.
Falbian.
I would
Trust
like an
that.
answer to my
United
direct
Different.
States
question.
law.
Do you guys want a unanimous or majority rules? As a
Majority.
party.
Majority. I'm going majority.
I'm with majority, and then I can vote I don't know, and then I don't feel guilty.
Okay.
Majority
going
it is.
I'm going majority, but I also don't understand the mechanic that if we just go, Lazarn, we think you did it, and she just goes, I didn't. And
No,
we
I'm
think you
just
did.
saying
Yeah,
I
but
didn't know if you
didn't.
guys are gonna like. My point being is the other people are gonna
Continue to
gravitate
debate.
what you guys are doing. So if you
Yeah.
guys want where you're split 50-50, then they're gonna be like, we don't know. But if you guys say this is it, they're going to also be like, I'm not gonna be putting like, oh no, this person doesn't believe this. That's too muddy. So I'm saying that they're gonna follow what you guys are doing because you're the party. So if you guys are saying it's them, they are gonna be like, it's that person. So that's why I'm asking if you want all of you to say it's this person or
Gracious
just majority.
DM, can we just have?
Can I try one thing real quick?
Can I pause real quick just for people that are watching? Before stream, we were told that we were not going to be getting insight checks. We're not, or perception or investigation
No.
for just for this this session for the flavor of this murder mystery. So
This has been so
just
hard.
one insight check.
I know.
But here's the thing. All right. Here's the thing. You all want an insight check to confirm what all of you already feel.
Yeah.
That's
I know.
exactly what it is.
So
yeah.
okay. Then I want to know.
My own music scared me though. What if we just kill some poor girl?
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Later on.
No, we're not
Find out
gonna.
if
We're not
somebody
gonna
dies
fucking
tomorrow.
murder.
All
We're
right.
not gonna murder her right away.
So
I
But
still
are
thumbs
we?
or thumbs.
Do
I
we
don't know
all
for anybody
agree that we are that
Okay,
in agreement? We think that it is her.
Yes.
Can I have
yes.
Yes.
one more stab at her?
No.
No stabbing.
If
No
you,
stabbing.
want to say something
Okay,
else,
wait.
We poked a bunch.
Alar seems very disappointed in the fact that we're doing majority rule, so I'm curious to.
Yeah, Alar, what you got? What you want to do?
Nick, I just want you to choose a side so you're not like,
Yeah.
I don't know, figure it out for me. I'll go with whatever.
That's what
I
he's
hate
doing,
you
though.
for calling me out like that, Anthony.
Yeah, no, do it.
No,
If
you
I
know
can
what?
make a decision, you can.
That's the
only
fucking
person
truth.
that I feel like
So
feels to
is,
be
though.
leaned on is Yasorna. I feel like Belky is involved, but I don't know how.
So you
Well,
think
'cause she's
Lazarna
like-
is guilty?
I think she is the most guilty.
Very well. I will take that as all of you are saying it is Lazarna. So,
Okay.
Can I do something to potentially either get her to snap
Yep,
and
that's what I
like?
was saying. Can
Yeah, I
can
was gonna
try
say
that
I
as
want
well?
to
Ecclesiastes.
intimidate her.
Ecclesiastes, what do you do? How do you want to do this? Well, since
just
this is
take her
kind of,
head.
you guys are nailing the coffin, Ecclesiastes, how do you want to do this?
My motivation for the following, and I'll be very quick with this, is I either want to scare her into condemning herself or scare her into being like, I obviously didn't freaking do it. So what I want to do is, as I'm sneering at her and my ears are going to go down, my eyebrows are going to furrow, and I'm going to bare my teeth. And I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers on her. And the sentence that I say to her, I want it to bounce around 1,000 times in her head, just over and over and over again. Dissonantly. And I want to say, wow, it's my chair randomly just down.
I didn't hear that.
That,
Your conscience is not clean. Your conscience is not clean, and you killed her in cold blood.
Alright, so
and I just want that to bounce around
She
just
has
like
a
over
save,
and
right?
over and over. I will not allow it.
No.
Nope.
No, she does not.
I forgot to tell you, DM, before this session, you don't have saves.
What's the
We
roll?
don't get
She does-
insight
she
checks.
does have a
You don't
wisdom
have
save.
saves.
Okay, that was a 6. So, as it bounces around, and you can see her kind of going back and forth and like peering into her mind and looking at you, and she's looking around as she goes, I didn't want her gone, I wanted him gone.
Knew it.
He was not supposed to find the item. I'm supposed to stop it. I can't stop him, but all of you could.
What is the item?
And he goes, that's it. A family heirloom is the reason. It didn't belong to you or your queen.
Well. Oh shit.
Case closed.
I
And she kind of backs away. I didn't want to. She was a kind person, she didn't deserve to die, but I couldn't take care of him.
I ready a firebolt.
I'm walking towards her.
Please
And
don't.
I said,
I will do what you said before and I will leave.
Eyes are like haloed red.
I look at the drow, and then I look at June, and I say,
June, don't do it.
We are not judge, jury, and executioner.
but she
If
admitted
anything,
what she did. I'm not
she's
the
a
judge. I'm not the
murderer.
jury.
Her whole plan here was to try and get
She meant to
Wait
murder
for it.
somebody.
Yazard. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Even to the end. Even to the end. Yazarna. Or Yazareth.
Yazareth.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I thought he was like getting ready to cast something. He was like, wait for it.
Well,
Yes, sir.
It's difficult because I'm looking in Tavern Talk and it starts with an L and it's throwing me off.
I'd like
Thank you for the
oh.
gracious post, though. I appreciate that.
Can I do something?
Yeah,
walking.
It's sorry if I'm kind of hijacking this point, but we did mention that we weren't just going to straight up murder the person. We're going to
Thinking
basically
about it.
cast him out into Fell Night. So what I want to do is, as I'm just looking at her with disdain, and I'm slowly unlacing my sleeve to reveal my tattoo on my forearm, and I'm saying that
You will face the cold night alone with this image.
and as I take my claw and trace the tattoo around, from my feet up, just slowly take the form of Yasorna, and I crouch down really close to Lazarna's face, and then I say,
We are casting you.
well, it'd be her voice, I suppose.
She's backing
just-
like up to the door at this point.
Yeah.
Leave. And good luck in the cold, frigid air of the fell night.
All right. So as you
Can I? I'm
as
sorry.
you do that, go ahead.
What's bad would fall if this gentleman here got this family heirloom?
That is beside the point, isn't it, though?
Oh, she's guilty, and we will punish her. But I want to make sure, because I don't think he will tell us the truth about the item. And I
We
think
don't-
she will tell us the truth about the item.
They're two
So I want
treasure
to make
hunters.
sure
I'll
that this
drop disguise.
item is not going to cause problems if it gets into his hands.
What, are we gonna stop them all now?
If she tries to bolt through the door to like leave, I grab her.
I don't
So I'm just
even-
ready.
She's already on the door, but she can't
Yeah.
open it unless she undoes all the locks in front of you.
What is happening?
Just
I'm so confused
just-
now.
if don't kill me, I will just leave.
What
You
is
don't
your
get your
family
things.
heirloom?
I'm not sure.
Is it even your family's?
No. It is the families that he is going to steal it from.
Why do you care? I still have like a fireball just like twirling.
Because
They
I
just
serve the
push her out.
family.
I know. What are we waiting for? What is?
I'm starting to unlock like one or two of the locks and like slowly making my way down.
Is there
Yazra says, just let her go. Let her freeze to death.
I'm not
just
done
about
with
to
you.
ask, is that fine with you? You're the one who was being framed here, as long as you're fine with her just leaving.
As he kind of stands up and puts the sheath for the rapier on his, belt, and he puts the rapier in, and he goes, to quote Tempest, I do not kill those who are beneath me.
Fair enough.
All right. Cast her out.
I open the last lock
Alright, so as you do, the wind...
and I look at her for a second with like a red halo in my eye.
May you never come back, nor should you breathe this air, you waste of fucking filth.
As she slowly looks back at all of you, and she gets out the door, I will do all I can to make sure you do not get, as you
I slam the door.
shut the door, as you lock the door shut. Solving
Begone, thought.
the murder of the haberdashery owner, Yasorna.
Oh my god.
We did it.
That is where we'll end the session for the day. Man, no
My
cheers,
head.
no groans.
Son of a bitch.
After it drow, all of a sudden I was like not worried about him at all. And now I'm like, this heirloom, there's something fucked with this. And
I thought
she
it was
could
gonna
just-
be
she
sweet
could
if we
just
like
be on her.
spooked her with Yasorna's
know,
body and just
and
all
then-
shamed
no,
her out,
Alar
and then
got
we, like,
curious.
stopped it, and
I
then
know,
like,
I'm
started
not
asking
curious.
more questions.
Alar
I was
got
like,
curious.
hell.
I'm not curious. I'm worried about this heirloom, and I'm worried about the drow getting the
Stop
heirloom.
saying heirloom.
He did. That's what he called it. He called it
He
an
never said
heirloom.
heirloom. It's heirloom.
That's what he said. That's what he
Air.
said. It's what he called
A-I-R
it.
is how it's pronounced.
Heir to the
Well,
throne.
I do have a lot I gotta go over because a lot of shit happened
Yeah,
today.
just-
So
Yeah,
I will
Ah,
say,
welcome back, Curls and Jag.
thank you.
Hey, how was the dinner with the mom?
Thank you, Umbrella Z,
Dinner
for the
with
follow.
Mom.
Thank you, Fable42 for the follow. Thank you,
Oh.
Emevier for the follow. Shay, thank you for the 100 bits. Shay, thank you for the gear. Tier 1 gifted sub. Lux,
Holy
thank you for the
cow.
500 bits. Beast, thank you for subscribing for 4 months at tier 1. Thank you, buddy. Poggers. Magenta, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Lutz for the 6 gifted subs. And Beast for the 5 gifted subs. I just want to put out a metric. And I know we joke around about it all the time. We have 122 followers and 89 of them are subscribed.
Well, it's because we have such generous people all the time.
You guys are
Also, Nick, I hope you
amazing.
know
I
that
know,
I
uh,
love you personally, and we love you. Making
And-
fun of the way that you said heirloom is just because
And I am going to
Heirloom.
choose the
Heirloom.
outcome. Will the collective solve the murder? Yes, they Herlock Sholmes.
We are Herlock Sholmes.
we airlocked Shomes, guys. There's a soft H. Let's keep it consistent.
I-
Airlocked Shomes.
Airlock Sholmes.
I do want to say on a real note that
That was
we
hard.
have had more people in this chat in this stream than anyone we've ever had, and that's amazing. And thank you. And I know it was a long and dense
Absolutely.
one with no break because I didn't want to break the flow of it. I think Murda went to bed, but if you didn't, man, congratulations. You guessed it a long time before the party.
You guessed it way before us.
And all I have to say is the Exploring the Archives on Wednesday is going to be gnarly, and I kind of want everybody there, but I can't promise that, but it is going to be insane.
So head on over to our Discord.
Can we do that?
Yep, head over to our Discord.
Put in a
make sure you
poll.
vote
Full
in there.
party,
everybody.
full party exploring.
I will say that had you guys not got the right person, because she was doing a real good job at pinning on Yazareth. And I
He's a
don't
stinky drow.
I don't know if I was going to
Stinky
I don't know if I was going to reveal it to you guys if you got it right or not. If you
I'm
got
exhausted.
it wrong, so
I had something
I
if she didn't
thank
admit
you,
it,
Beast.
that would
Thank
have
you for
probably
being back
scared
then,
the
and thank you
shit
for
out
those
of her.
subs. Yeah, that was.
Thank you,
I
bud.
am proud of all of you. You did a very good
Thank
job.
you for
That was
Very
the most
hard.
gracious
exciting,
tips,
frustrating,
so-
exhausting, exhilarating, mystery-y.
Like I am mentally
brain is
tired
mad.
now. Yeah.
DM, are you proud that we didn't just kill them all?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
I
could
don't
have
think
done
we
that.
could have.
We should have
I will
I
tell
think we
you.
could have.
So,
People ate this shit.
just for everybody, in case anybody in chat is curious, because we had this deliberation, the reason somebody asked me, it may have been Nick, but I actually think it was Rumblepack that said, "Is venom considered a poison?" And I thought of that very heavily, and because I told you did not discover any other poisons, and I said in my head, I wouldn't believe it is. And the reason being, I explained earlier, but a poison in my mind is created, a venom is extracted, and but I
And you
can
don't
go
have
into
to do anything to
I can
it.
go into a lot more detail on Wednesday on Exploring the Archives.
I will spend that entire episode with you debating the differences between venom and poison.
On God, you're wrong.
Have
There's the conversation.
let's have a conversation about the epic.
so bad.
Go pee.
Go.
But
I hate this doesn't come through.
this is where we are going to end. Venom is a Spider-Man villain. Why is he talking about? You're right. That's
Venom is
it.
my
Eddie
favorite
Brock.
villain.
Batman
Eddie
villain,
Brock.
Poison Ivy.
Venom.
Oh.
Every
There you go.
fucking
Yeah.
time. Every fuck time.
Every
Um,
fuck time.
Venom's a fun party, right?
Because it has been a long stream, it's been almost 5 hours of a stream, we are going to let you all go. I hope you enjoyed the new music
We'll let you go.
called Fell Night, which is on our YouTube. Feel free to use it in your own campaigns.
Yeah.
Venom Ivy.
And if you do, let us know how you used it.
Of course.
Yeah, and try to give some credit to the genius musician Jeremy.
Of course. Thank you for
Yeah.
everybody that's hung
No one
out.
can hear
Even-
your pamphlet.
Even to the end here, we have 18 people in here, which is insane. That is amazing support. You're all beautiful bastards.
Beautiful
Wow.
bastard.
On that note, hopefully we'll see you all again on
Beautiful
Wednesday
bastards.
at 8
I've been
p.m.
empty for an
Eastern. For Exploring the Archives, where we dive into it, and Jay interrupts me on his birthday to say what?
Yeah, one quick thing. I don't know if, since it was such a long stream, don't know if shit's still happening or not. But if you guys want to come hang out with us, play some games, we might be doing that. Join the Discord server and you'll know.
There you go.
Absolutely.
So, on that note, happy birthday, Jay. congratulations.
Yes, happy
to
birthday,
the,
Jay. We
Thank
solved
you.
it, fall for you.
There you go.
Yeah.
Congratulations to the
For
party
you.
for solving the mystery.
Do we level up to like 20?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mentally,
But-
at least.
Yeah.
Take
Does my
care,
intelligence go up to 20?
Take care, everybody. Thank you for sticking it out for this very long and dense stream. We love you all, and we'll see you, if not Wednesday, on Friday for Chapter 30 of the Arcane Archives. Fuck it up to the end.
Chapter 30.
We'll see you all later. Much
Night.
love.
Exploring
Peace
the
out.
Arcane Archives.